everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Group Chat of the Dead, Chapter 86 to 94, Chongyue Shua Personality Overlay, Beginning Sway Removal, Sway Families Mending, 8K. When Anthony's shout echoed through the empty valley, even Wang was momentarily stunned, freezing in place. After all, as a form of address, that particular word was something the Sway family found rather unfamiliar. Even from Xiao Yu, you'd never really expect to hear that kind of thing. So when Anthony called out those words, Wang's first reaction was, who is he even calling? Even Jia took a moment to register it, turning back to look at Anthony in surprise, only to find Anthony standing there completely unabashed, without so much as a flicker of embarrassment, glancing around casually as if nothing had happened. Still, the effect of that form of address could only be described as instant. In the blink of an eye, a canvas unfolded in the empty air. Then she carefully poked half her head out from within the painting, and after a long moment, spotted Anthony standing before her. As if confirming the source of the voice, she met Anthony's smiling gaze. After a good while longer, she finally spoke in a tiny voice, "You called for me." Shijia, I need your help with something." Anthony said it openly and without the slightest hesitation, the smile at the corner of his mouth not shifting one bit, which only made Wang stare at him with increasingly odd eyes. Beside them, Jia had already turned her head away, and was desperately fighting back laughter. And upon hearing that form of address from Anthony's mouth a second time, she found herself swallowing back whatever she'd been about to say, at something of a loss for words. It took quite a while before she managed to stammer, "Oh, okay, what did you need?" "I'm calling my big sister out to help. We need to deal with the year beast, I need you to lend a hand." Anthony's voice remained perfectly steady. It was she who, amid the steady stream of Jia's, gradually lost herself. She even began inching back into the canvas, as if she'd never in her life encountered such an overwhelming situation. In the end, only after Anthony had finished laying out the plan did she suddenly come back to herself, and even then, she replied while scooting further toward the inside of the canvas. "The year beast situation can actually be resolved. We have a way now. It's just that ideally everyone needs to contribute a bit." Anthony nodded as he said this. She seemed to wake from a dream, and gave a firm nod of her own. But a moment later, she sank back into that state of being lost amid a sea of Jias, lowering her head, and saying in a voice so small it was almost inaudible, "Just call me when the time comes." She said it and was about to retreat back into the scroll, but Anthony's hand shot out and caught her arm, rattling off words at high speed. "Don't go back in, Jia, let's get moving. Last stop is Shujia and Junjia, and then we're almost ready to set off." She opened her mouth, looked back at the scroll behind her. Then, as if steeling herself for something, she finally slipped out of the painting, temporarily shedding her homebody identity, and planting both feet on solid ground. Under the assault of Jia, she'd surrendered something. Anthony murmured a few more things to she, then handed her a beacon, sending her ahead to wait aboard the Stygian vessel. She stood holding the beacon, silent for a moment, watching Anthony and the others walk away. Her head was spinning a little. She already felt somewhat dizzy and turned around. After a good while, she suddenly looked back and spotted Wang standing beside her. He seemed to have doubled back with a chess piece just now, and was looking at she, then at the beacon in her hand, visibly hesitating as if wanting to say something. "Something on your mind, second brother?" She collected herself and asked. "Nothing really. Just looking at the situation back there, I felt like I wanted to say something." Stayed a moment and realized there wasn't anything to say after all. After a long silence, Wang sighed and spoke, "What do you make of little 13 these days?" "Little 13? He's a good person. He calls me Jia." She thought about it and gave that answer. Wang seemed to go quiet, but the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. He found himself at a loss for what to say. "Fair enough. Not wrong, I suppose." In the end, Wang let out a long sigh, his figure gradually dissolving into the wind. Letting she and Pa mess around like this, it was actually kind of nice. At least no one was getting hurt, and everyone seemed pretty happy about it. The only question was if some of the other siblings were around, say, Nian, and that earth-shattering Jia rang out. Just how many wide-eyed, barely holding it together moments would that cause? Wait, actually, if Nian were there, would Pa really still have said it? Wang snapped out of his thoughts mid-stride, suddenly pausing with a start, having spotted a blind spot in his reasoning. He turned the thought over, then glanced back at Anthony, who was whistling cheerfully, strolling through the mountain woods, checking the next beacon's location. Anthony seemed to notice Wang's gaze and looked back with a smile. Something up, second brother. Just suddenly thinking about something to do with you. Wang turned his head back, speaking mildly, funny thing, thinking it through, it's actually not bad at all. Here they were on the eve of the year beast's defeat, and the Sui family had gained a little 13. An outsider originally, but now, everyone seemed to have gradually started accepting this new little brother. After all, if it were anyone else in his place, would she have ever acknowledged them with that Jia? And truthfully, Wang had noticed clearly, that sense of distance Anthony had always carried around him seemed to have been fading lately. He was slowly, genuinely integrating himself into the Sui family. As if he'd finally begun to accept his current identity. That was probably a good change, wasn't it? He watched Anthony, but in the next moment, the image that surfaced in his mind was still that scene of Anthony calling she Jia, and so he fell silent once more. Finally, with a sigh, he said, "So how exactly did you come up with this approach?" "It's fun, isn't it?" Anthony shrugged and answered, "If it makes everyone happy, and I find it entertaining, why not?" Wang went silent for a moment, with a vague sense of foreboding. It was like the rowdy little kid in the family, who already had 3 troublemakers at 7th, 8th, and 9th, was about to gain a little 13 to add to the chaos. He felt a genuine, unironic dread for what post-year beast family life was going to look like. Was there any hope of it ever being quiet again? "Compared to when we first met, you've really changed a lot." "You've changed even more, actually." Anthony shot back with a sideways glance at Wang. Who was it that just quietly slipped away, and went to have a little chat with the family? Wang's little move had been completely invisible to the old Anthony, but not to this one, who now had the Stygian king at his disposal. One sweep of that soul sense, and everything within 100 li was crystal clear. Honestly, Anthony blending into the Sui family was surprising enough. But Wang actually voluntarily going out of his way to express care for his family. That was somehow even more remarkable. Things have been getting better, haven't they? Anthony smiled warmly. Wang's mouth opened soundlessly, but before he could get a word in, Anthony waved a hand, cutting off whatever he hadn't said yet. "All right, beacons locked. Get ready, we're going to find Shujia. Hope you can keep up that energy you just had, the kind where you actually reach out to people." Wang chose, cleanly and decisively, to shut his mouth. He looked up toward the distance. And said nothing more. 2 hours later. When Wang was standing in a rice paddy planting seedlings, he would begin to reflect seriously on just why he had followed Anthony out here. If he'd known it would come to this, he would have just rotted away in that ancient temple. In short, deep, profound regret. That thought flashed through Wang's mind. And then he heard Shu's voice, "Second brother, that seedling's crooked." Shu had been watching Wang plant rice shoots for a while before she finally spoke up, causing Wang's expression to stiffen slightly. Then Shu straightened up, looked out over the paddy, and shook her head helplessly. "Second brother, if I hadn't been watching you the whole time, I'd think you were slacking on purpose. The seedlings are crooked and thin on the ground. Little 13 finished his entire section already, look, he's on his way back." Shu said this and nodded in Anthony's direction, sending Wang back into silence, uncertain what to say. He turned his head toward Jia, who was standing to the side. Jia let out a small laugh and said to Wang, "Sorry, second brother, there's nothing I can do. I'm still just a soul, after all. It's not like I can come down and help you plant rice, is it?" Wang had reached the point where he genuinely didn't know what to say anymore. Meanwhile, Anthony had finished planting his section, and was making his way back, now standing on the raised path between the paddies, watching Wang's predicament with a smile. To be fair, transplanting rice shoots was, for Anthony, an absolute walk in the park. No matter how tedious it got, couldn't he just cheat with the Stygian king? All one could say was, if the Stygian king had a self-awareness, and knew it had been brought into existence only to help plant rice, it would probably choose to rust on the assembly line rather than cooperate. Feeling the increasingly aggrieved weight of Wang's stare, Anthony's smile only grew brighter. Earlier, when Anthony and the others had found Shu and explained the situation, she had agreed to it all without a second thought. But then, upon hearing that Anthony had specifically dragged Wang along, and had quietly told Shu he wanted to help shake second brother out of the reclusive funk he'd been in lately, well, things had naturally evolved into the current state of affairs. Of course, whether there was a little personal satisfaction mixed in there on someone's part, that was none of Anthony's business. All sorted. Shu turned toward Anthony and asked. Anthony nodded openly. Then he felt something ruffle through his hair. He instinctively reached up, but whatever had just settled over his head was already gone. It had even carefully smoothed his hair back down, gentle as anything. Well done. Shu smiled and said it. Anthony opened his mouth. Whatever words might have been forming, possibly not entirely appropriate ones, were swallowed back down. In the end, only one sentence came out, "Thank you, Shujia." He said it honestly and obediently, and then was given another gentle ruffle of the hair. She smiled, her expression warm and unhurried. The attentiveness she showed toward family was always like that, thorough, down to the smallest detail. Wang watched the scene unfold, said nothing, and in a soundless exhale, lowered his head, and went back to his arduous seedling planting. All right, second brother, you can stop. Take a rest, we weren't actually planning to make you finish this whole plot. Shu suddenly called out to Wang. Wang blinked, then without a word set everything down, wiped the mud from his hands, and walked out of the paddy. How are you feeling now, second brother? This was punishment for someone who's been away from home too long, you know. Shu said it with a smile. Wang looked back but didn't reply. It wasn't until much later that he heard Shu's gentle question, second brother, do you feel, now, maybe just a little bit closer to home? I think so. Wang finally spoke, voice rough, eyes carrying a trace of something far away. But Shu didn't press any further on that and instead shifted the subject, are you in a rush? If not, let me make you all a meal. It definitely won't be as good as Xiao Yu's. But still, eat one more before you go. Wang and Anthony exchanged a glance, then Anthony clapped him on the shoulder and cut in, we're not in a rush. The preliminary prep still needs a little while, waiting a bit is fine. We'll head out first, you've got the rest, Shujia. And so Anthony naturally steered Wang away from the scene. Shu watched the backs of the two as they left, then finally turned to look at Jia, who had been smiling quietly from start to finish. Shu suddenly called out and said, you're going to be revived soon, aren't you? Yes, and really, I have little 13, and second brother to thank for that. Jia gave a small nod, her tone carrying a faint note of feeling, if anything, I'm the one who hasn't done much this whole time. I feel a little ashamed, honestly. What are you talking about? Shu shook her head, then said, once the year beast is dealt with, they said you can come back. And when that happens, our family will finally be whole again. Complete in every sense of the word. She watched the two figures disappear into the distance, thinking that to herself. They'd really waited such a very long time. Ever since Jia died, the 12 brothers and sisters, it was hard to call them a complete family. Jia's death had caused second brother to gradually withdraw into himself, until by now, he had been separated from the family for a long time. Even though everyone knew he still loved this family dearly, they could only watch him grow more and more clumsy around them, and so he had grown distant. As a result, the whole Sui family had felt like it was missing a connection, suddenly scattered and loose. And now, at last, Jia was going to be revived. Second brother had started coming back. After so long, Shu could feel that old sense of home again. Not only did they have a new little 13, second brother was returning, and Jia had seen the hope of coming home. The only thing standing between now and that moment was dealing with the year beast. And after that, the family would truly be whole again. Watching Anthony run around tirelessly on everyone's behalf, Shu had naturally come to understand at least part of his purpose. Dragging Wang along on this journey was also about helping Wang let go of the distance that had built up over time, and find his way back to the family. And equally, it was Anthony's own attempt to fit into this family. He was trying to find some anchors for himself. Within distant, horizonless goals, to find a harbor where he could rest and set down his weariness. And so he threw himself tirelessly into keeping everyone connected, and worked hard at settling into the identity of Sui family's little 13. Before resolving the year beast, first resolve this last lingering loose end. So that once the year beast was gone, all that was left for the Sui family would be quiet happiness. Shu took it all in. So what reason was there not to welcome this tireless, hard-working little brother who had accomplished so much? And not to welcome back the second brother who had been away from home for far too long. Give them a small trial to pass through, and that was enough. More important than anything was that feeling of being able to bicker and mess around the way family does. Come back soon, Jia. In the end, Shu said it to Jia with heartfelt sincerity and anticipation, you're the only one left. I will, sooner or later. Jia smiled and said, I still want to have one more of Xiao Yu's meals. Then I'll be waiting for you too. Shu laughed as well, looking out over the vast waves of wheat rippling across the great desolate city, and meant every word. After staying to share the meal Shu warmly put together, Anthony and Wang didn't linger, they left the great desolate city, and set off to find the last delegate. Anthony had roughly calculated it, the time left for them to enjoy this warmth with family was just about exactly this much and no more. Under the behind-the-scenes coordination of his main body, the several delegates aboard the Stygian vessel had already completed their planned discussions, blueprints included, all designed and finalized. Given that the artificer's technology could build even enormous equipment in just a few hours, the prep work would be wrapped up within this small window of time. So, without further delay, Anthony took Wang and Jia and immediately headed to the last location, Jun's place. Of course, this time, Wang absolutely refused to carry the conversation again. On one hand, perhaps he was genuinely a little worn out from social exertion. On the other hand, the reason was, Jia, you go ahead. Wang turned to Jia and said, last time at the gathering, Jun seemed to hold back because there were a lot of people who wanted to talk to you. She didn't get to say much. This time around, you two must have a lot more to say. Jia paused, then nodded at Wang. Anthony, hearing this, slowed his pace, and a moment later, nudged Wang twice with his elbow, asking quietly, really not going to join in? Wang glanced at Anthony and said nothing. Is it enough now? After a moment, Anthony asked again, how are you feeling? Do you think you can go back to the way things were when Jia was still alive, back into the family? Should be okay now. Wang finally let out a sigh and said, once the year beast is dealt with, it's about time I went home, isn't it? Can't keep locking myself up in that ancient temple forever. What about you, though? Wang looked at Anthony and finally said it. In this regard, setting aside Jia, Wang was the one who understood most clearly that Anthony had absolutely no prior connection to the Sui family. Which was also why he saw things more clearly than Shu. Anthony was, in truth, a passing traveler here. The reason he stayed and did all of this came down to one single thing. He had genuinely begun to feel a wish to linger here for a while. At the very least, Wang was clear about this. At the beginning, this guy's plan had probably really been nothing more than finish the year beast business, get what he came for and leave. As for when the change happened, perhaps at that Sui family gathering. I feel pretty good, honestly. Anthony looked up at Jia's back ahead of them and said calmly, Hasn't this whole journey made it clear enough what I'm thinking? Don't worry, this will all be resolved properly. I'm not likely to stop moving forward, but I can also stay here for a while. Anthony gave that answer, which also made some of his intentions plain. Pa and he were, after all, not fundamentally different. Pa was the manifestation of his main body's soul. Anthony couldn't be said to be entirely the same as Pa, but Pa could be said to be Anthony. He would indeed never stop moving forward. But Pa could. From a purely utilitarian standpoint, having Pa eventually leave Terra and continue grinding away elsewhere was the maximum profit option. But you couldn't do everything purely for profit, could you? Like this, walking along, he knocked on the door at the entrance ahead of them, holding Jia's little dragon bubble and standing at the doorstep, waiting for someone to answer. Wang watched Anthony's actions and said no more. Before long, the door opened and out stepped a person with purple hair, radiating an air of noble elegance. Then she looked past the door, and a trace of surprise crossed her face. "And little 13, what brings you both here?" June looked at the two of them and offered that greeting, then glanced up at Wang standing behind Anthony. Wang gave June a small shake of his head, meaning, "I'll explain later. Let me just rest for a bit. Pa's been torturing me all day, and I'm genuinely exhausted." So June's face naturally took on a smile with just a hint of mockery, and she let Wang be. "June Jia, before we catch up, let me explain why we're here." Anthony spoke up and took the reins of the conversation for the moment. And so, as June led them inside, Anthony explained the Year Beast plan and the current status of preparations. June nodded along repeatedly, and after hearing Anthony's rundown, she suddenly asked, "Where does everything stand right now?" Anthony answered, "Everything's in place, just waiting on the wind. Once that last bit of fine detail work is done, we'll be entering the Year Mausoleum. A good number of people are already aboard the Stygian vessel, waiting." Anthony said this, then turned to June, "So this is the last bit of leisure time we've got. Leaving it till the very last moment, almost like you're deliberately building up some dramatic tension." June shook her head and delivered the quip with mock seriousness. Anthony coughed twice and said, "Next time I'll definitely come to you first." Mainly it was because second brother wasn't willing to. How did this loop back around to me? What does this have to do with me? Wait, actually, I think I might have said something along those lines. The slow on the uptake. Wang said nothing further. Kept quiet. That was fine then. June's gaze shifted to Jia, and she gave her a small nod. "Well, we don't have much time. Is there anything you'd like to do?" Can you eat things right now?" she asked with genuine concern. "I've been experimenting with some new things lately. If you're able, would you like to try some? I heard about pineapple pizza from the Columbia side, and on a whim, I made some buns with pineapple filling wrapped in strawberry-flavored dough." Before June finished that string of words, before Jia could even react, Anthony reacted first. Sure, his stand didn't have a sense of touch, but this kind of thing, look, before he died he was at least a person from the mainland, and just hearing it was deeply, viscerally wrong. What the hell even is that? June Jia, that's a bit too experimental, isn't it? He said it with a twitch of the eye. June said nothing but raised an eyebrow. But at that point, Jia delivered her response, after careful deliberation. "June Jia, could you play me a song instead?" Jia said it earnestly, "It's been so long since I've heard you play. Thinking back on it now, I actually miss it. Going into this without hearing one of your songs, I feel like something's missing." June paused, then nodded. "What would you like to hear?" "Just please, not the kazoo." Jia laughed at that, and so, for once, June broke into a genuine smile as well. Then she retrieved an instrument, raised it to her lips, and began to play softly. It wasn't sun. Not the trendy rock instruments popular lately, not anything newfangled. Instead, she had chosen this ancient thing. A long, far-carrying melody flowed from the opening, and Anthony closed his eyes, quietly listening to the piece June was performing. The melody had no name, possibly something June had improvised on the spot. But at the very least, Anthony felt there was something within it that reached across time, a longing that had outlasted the years. Like a song of remembrance that had finally been given voice after a long, long journey through time. Except the person being remembered was right here. And the thing being remembered was finally coming back. The music moved from piece to piece, wearing away the long stretch of time, gradually crystallizing into something resolute. It was almost time. Then, let us draw a close to all of this. As the last note faded, Anthony came back to himself and opened his eyes. Then, through the shared perception he had with his main body, he confirmed one thing. The final preparations were complete. All the commissioned equipment had finished fabrication. In other words, everything was ready. Anthony spoke gently and called her name. June set down the sun, and then understood, time to go. Yeah, it's about time. Anthony said it with something like a sigh, eyes slightly narrowed, the smile on his face easy and glad. Then let's go. June said and stood. Now it was time to write the most complete ending of all to this. The Year Beast elimination plan began, right on schedule. Aboard the Stygian vessel, Anthony first modified the phase transit engine according to the blueprints, ensuring it could enter consciousness space, and subdimensional pockets, and other such chaotic locations. Then, using the chat group's teleportation ability, he rapidly locked in coordinates inside the year's consciousness space, dropped a waypoint, and followed the pull of the primordial river straight back out. No pauses. No hesitation. Riding the raw output of the Stygian king, it was done so cleanly and silently that not a soul noticed. It made Anthony feel, in a rare moment, something like genuine appreciation. Not going to lie, being the biggest stat check monster in the room really did feel good. Of course, what came next, actually fighting the Year Beast, would require an even bigger stat check monster. And first, someone would need to draw out whatever was lurking inside the year's consciousness space. As for who that task naturally fell to, wasn't that already obvious? In the midst of churning, endless turbulence, Wong slowly opened his eyes, holding the bookblade Jia had left behind. In his ears, Anthony's instructions still echoed. No matter what, don't overthink it. Just hold on. You don't need to deal damage. You just need to tank hits, and tank them with understanding. 181 black stones. Perhaps it really was as Anthony had said. He recalled the second half of what Anthony had told him. Just draw it out. That's all. And so Wong raised his head, looking out into the endless stretch of time before him. Within the turbulence, countless fragments of the past surfaced and converged here all at once. Strange noise flooded his ears, gradually sharpening into clarity, filling with something mocking. And moreover, it seemed to carry a trend toward solidifying, to the point where coherent meaning could begin to take shape within it. But it was precisely at that moment that a miniature shrine at his waist, a gift from little 13, began to glow faintly. It transmitted the soul's information relentlessly, feeding it to the distant, largest soul port. Artificer's frame, Stygian king. And so, at Human Gate, Anthony opened his eyes in turn. This much soul information, it's a bit sparse, but it should be enough. He murmured softly, then at D. Carmen again in the chat group, and turned to look at Chongwei, who had been standing at his side at Human Gate, waiting. How does it look? Everyone's at their positions and ready. Anthony replied evenly, all we need is for the plan to begin. Which means, brother, it's your turn to perform. In an instant, Chongwei understood. What do I need to do? Hold on a moment. Anthony said this, reached into his pocket, and pulled out that glass window pane. He held it out in front of Chongwei. Please, look into this. So Chongwei lowered his gaze. And at the same moment, deep within the long river of time, Carmen looked up, gazing at the full tapestry of possibilities spread across the sky like stars, and raised an eyebrow. With the points Anthony had been supplying, Carmen could now reach just a little further outside the Leaf Company, extending her hand into the beyond. Except in principle, Terra should have been completely out of reach. But then, why not ask about the wondrous flow of things? Having visited the world of Terra once before, Carmen smiled, then reached out both hands and touched one of the stars in the sky. Full spread. To think, even within the river, I can still find your existence. Carmen said it as if in surprise, and then tapped that star open. The star named Terra. Yes, this was, impossibly, official canon, a genuine possibility properly incorporated into the river's domain. What needed to be done next was entirely self-evident. And so Carmen reached out, and layered this one possibility over the surface of the glass window pane. In the next moment on the surface of the glass pane before Chongyue, a face materialized, solemn and imposing. It was him. It was not him. But regardless, in this moment, only one thing was certain. And so in the next instant, Chongyue opened his eyes again, and within them, something fierce had risen. Even though his memory was unaffected, the possibility had already been overlaid. The possibility known as Shua had descended. And then, following the connection, his gaze turned, and was cast toward the interior of the Year Mausoleum. Plus 40 ch. Walnut-chan New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Let's achieve our community goals. 100 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 87, The Age Families Unite to Battle the Nien Beast, Shua's Arrival, The Despair of the White Holder, 6K, 4,117 words. Wong drifted through the Sui memory, wandering, for a long, long time. Amidst the endless turbulence, he felt a faint gravitational pull, and all at once, understanding crystallized in his mind. This was the doing of that nightmare lurking within the Sui memory. At this point, it hardly seemed worth being surprised about. The voices in his ears seemed to grow clearer and clearer, at times becoming Jie's voice, at times his eldest brother's, until, gradually, they deepened and grew rougher, until they sounded almost like his own. The first chess piece was slowly going dark. Even in a single moment of daze, Wong felt himself nearly slip, nearly tumble into that endless chaos, into yet another layer of memory. Pull yourself together, will you? But in the next instant, a gentle feminine voice seemed to sound right beside his ear, scattering the haze, and Wong's eyes cleared in an instant. As if jolted awake by some mysterious force. Someone is trying to influence you. But you should try to trust your own heart, it will not lose its way so easily. The gentle voice seemed slightly unaccustomed to delivering that kind of line. The moment it finished speaking, it dissolved away, and yet Wang's eyes had already turned clear. Was that, just now, also help provided by little 13? The thought struck him, and Wang let out a soft, involuntary laugh. Somehow, his confidence swelled considerably. So he stepped forward again. Meanwhile, within the river, Carmen withdrew her hands, glanced at Wang where he moved through the Sui memory, and returned her focus to the fine-grained adjustments she was managing in every other direction. At the same time, she once again began silently cursing a certain capitalist dog in her heart. Stealing her daughter wasn't enough. Once he'd dragged her into this, he was truly squeezing out every last drop of surplus value by any means necessary. Even actual capitalists would be moved to tears. But things had already come this far. No matter how many grievances she had, walking off the job now was out of the question. Besides, Carmen actually got along with Jia quite well. No, more accurately, most of the people in the group had a pretty good impression of Jia. Consider it feeding your heart to some capitalist's dog, just to hear it bark. This trip is to help Jia. Carmen let out a silent sigh in her heart. Then, once more, she extended her hand, touching the stars scattered across the infinite star curtain, and layered protection upon protection over Wang. It was as though some kind of footing had been placed beneath Wang's feet, and the turbulence around him seemed to ease. His gaze sharpened and steadied. Then he recalled the words Anthony had said to him before he set out. Second brother, keep this in mind. Your task on this trip, the key point, is to draw out the nightmare inside the Sui memory. You should have encountered it before. Either way, draw it out. After that, leave the rest to us and elder brother. That was the mission Anthony had given him. Then now, it was time to get moving. Wang tightened his grip on the small shrine Anthony had forged, which hung at his waist, exhaled slowly, and continued forward in long, sweeping strides, until he was simply ignoring the chaotic history around him, even the traces of the sway that lingered within it. And the white piece, hidden in the shadows, was utterly baffled. What? Why? No, no, no. The sway memory is not supposed to work like this. You were supposed to wander into the chaotic memories, slog through the plot lines, barely make it through, then grind your way through the next layer of memories. And then crawl out half dead. That's when I appear before you beaten, exhausted, fresh off your ordeal, mock you, and devour you whole. You just hit skip on every single cut scene. The sway memory doesn't work like this. I refuse to accept this. But whether he accepted it or not, the fact remained, Wang was walking calmly through the sway memory as if out for a stroll. The white piece's brow furrowed deeply. He watched the scene unfold. After a long, brooding silence, he tentatively reached out and pushed harder. As if in a last desperate gamble. As if he simply had to drag Wang into those chaotic memories, no matter what. But the moment that force touched Wang, before it could even begin to take effect, Wang detected it with sharp and immediate awareness. The white piece couldn't even begin to figure out how he'd done it. Are you not going to come out and talk? Wang's voice was low and steady as he spoke, turning to face the direction where the white piece was hiding, his other hand still gripping the shrine at his waist. By this point, Wang himself had also figured out what was going on. Within the sway memory, the nightmare operated in secret, calculating, orchestrating, pulling the strings of the chessboard. What it relied on was interference with consciousness, or rather, with the soul. In truth, that much was hardly surprising. But here was the problem: you actually dared to play games with souls. In a straight head-to-head fight, maybe Anthony would have felt a bit apprehensive. But if you were going to pull petty little tricks that made no sense whatsoever, then it was time to show you what artificer technology was really made of. Just like right now. The small shrine fastened at Wang's waist was, of course, an artificer mastercraft. It incorporated Anthony's understanding of the sacrificial society and the artificer's body, and carried the effect of protecting the soul, but its most critical feature was that, in a certain sense, it was a standalone component split off from the artificer's body Stygian King series. It had inherited the Stygian King's formidable soul amplification capability, and could be described as a pair of eyes, capable of seeing through any incoming soul-based attack. So the moment the shrine issued its warning, the white piece, who had been hiding all along, was exposed. With Wang's quiet, low-voiced challenge, the white piece fell silent. Instinct told him the situation was beginning to slip outside the boundaries of his control. A plan that has come unmoored is no longer a plan, it can become a catastrophe at any moment. But the problem was, Wang, who was now walking toward him at a steady pace, looked for all the world like a walking catastrophe himself. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. Wang said it mildly, taking several steps forward. The white piece ground his teeth. And so, finally, with no more room to stall, he had no choice but to reveal himself from within the sway memory. In an instant, the endless turbulence around them slowly ground to a halt. Behind the white piece, the vast body of the sway manifested. The white piece stood before the chessboard, gazing down with imperious contempt. Being forced to show himself, unable to play the patient schemer's game anymore, and yet, to be perfectly honest, the white piece still felt that the advantage was firmly on his side. In fact, that advantage had never left him from the very beginning. Yes, he hadn't been able to use those chaotic historical memories to whittle Wang down, but by the same token, he himself hadn't expended any power either. Dealing with Wang now should still be perfectly easy. Thinking thus, the white piece looked toward Wang, and yet, for some inexplicable reason, a faint unease stirred in his chest. You tell me, why would he feel that way? The other side walked in completely alone, without any preparation whatsoever. So why is he feeling this? And yet, baseless as it was, a powerful sense of dread gripped him from the inside out. You finally showed yourself. But Wang paid none of that any mind. He simply looked at the white piece, furrowed his brow as though facing a formidable enemy, and spoke in a low voice. I had thought eliminating you would be a task for 60 years from now. Wang's voice was grave. The white piece said nothing in reply. He focused on maintaining his connection to the sway body at his back, and gradually steadied himself. There's nothing to fear. Here, my authority is at its absolute peak. Who could possibly stand against me in this place? Wang, you will regret the choice you have made today. The white piece looked at Wang and then, abruptly, said, once before your stubbornness cost a brother or sister their life. And here you are again. Other than futile effort, what else could you possibly reap? He sneered, that mocking curl of the lips. Have you finally decided to offer yourself up? The one who died last time, it should have been, shut your mouth. Wang's voice cracked like a whip, his expression turning razor-sharp in an instant. The white piece's pupils contracted, and in that same instant he struck. Devourment still required the consumption of the opponent, but that was a minor concern. Just get that tedious step done in the middle of the fight. So, under the white piece's close and intent gaze, Wang's expression shifted, seeming, perhaps, to be caught off guard by the surprise attack. For some reason, the white piece felt that the look on Wang's face was something like a relaxed smile. He finally took the bait. And then, accompanied by a leisurely sigh from Wang, the white piece's pupils snapped to pinpoints. He instinctively tried to pull back and retreat, but he couldn't move a single inch. There was only the shrine at Wang's waist, from which a soul appeared, glancing back with curious eyes, a smile that was and wasn't quite a smile, directed straight at the white piece before it. Then, supported by soul splitting, the fishing line of dimensional fishing, and a phase transit engine delivered a stand directly into the sway memory. It landed right on the shrine at Wang's waist. And at that moment, it turned toward the white piece, and broke into a grin. Hello there, neighborhood goodwill delivery. With that warmly enthusiastic greeting, it flung open the front door of its own house. In that instant, the white piece, who had been planning to use his authority to crush the opponent, felt, instead, the terror of staring death in the face. In that soul manifesting before him, he watched in horror as the other's authority surged to infinite heights in a single moment, even shielding Wang entirely. Then the authority revealed itself in full. Vivid, colorful river water began to surge, roaring and crashing toward the white piece's soul like a living storm. The primordial river bared its savage fangs at the white piece, who had tried to use authority as a weapon, gnashing and thirsting, eagerly waiting for this morsel to leap into its bowl. In that instant, the white piece went cold with terror. In almost the same breath, he abandoned every single attack and retreated in alarm toward the sway body behind him. Then he stood there, staring at Wang and Anthony ahead of him, his heart still hammering. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly move so far back? Anthony asked with what seemed to be genuine curiosity, not interested. A little kid from the family comes to pay New Year's respects, and not only do you not give them a gift, you turn around and sneak off to your room. You must have a lot of very nice little figurines in there, huh? Come on, be good. Let me have a look. It's the new year. The kid's still young. They came all this way. And so Anthony raised his head, and looked at the vast sway body behind the white piece, making no effort at all to conceal the wonder and longing in his eyes. What an extraordinary natural treasure. He did a quick mental calculation and concluded that this thing, and he were destined for each other. But the white piece only felt horror. In this moment, he strained with everything he had to reconnect with the sway body, and only barely managed to steady himself slightly. There's one point you got wrong just now. This time, I am not alone. Wang said abruptly, then swept a glance to Anthony at his side, and continued in an unhurried tone, the one you have to face, is not only me. And so what? On instinct, the white piece let out a cold laugh, as if he still refused to believe it. Even if there are more of you, it just means a bit more trouble to deal with. That's all. That youngster beside you, wherever he came from, may be a thorny problem, but he doesn't look all that powerful, does he? He's just prickly. I simply won't use the same approach as before. What exactly do you think you can do to me? He laughed coldly, still convinced, the advantage is mine. Until Wang spoke with a puzzled look, accompanied by a sigh, no, I think you've misunderstood something. He raised his head and looked at the white piece ahead, speaking plainly, the one who was ever going to deal with you, was never me or him. From the moment you tried to contact the sway body, to draw power from it, to attempt to awaken, my entire task was already completely finished. There was no longer any point in keeping secrets. Because by this point, it was safe to say that all the work had been done. The net had been cast. Every escape route sealed. And for the thing caught within the net, only one question remained. Our cooldowns are all done. You're still not running. What are you waiting for? Your funeral. And so from that moment, the color drained from the white piece's face. He felt the connection between himself and the sway body sever almost immediately, and then his entire consciousness shook with violent force. Like he'd taken a lethal punch to the face. Without warning, he couldn't even hold his consciousness steady. But the other side didn't stop and drove in another punch. Then, in the next moment, the white piece saw it. The sky split open. Through the crack in the heavens, a figure stood holding a sword in one hand, an aureate halo glowing at his back, eyes fierce and filled with killing intent. He stood there. Then he looked down, and spotted the white piece in the arena below. And the white piece could only stare, utterly dumbstruck. Could someone please tell him, what the hell was this now? Thanks for the assist, little 13, finally found my way in. And then, from midair, Chongwei Shua, personality overlay mode, let out a great shout. Then he lowered his gaze to the white piece below. And suddenly, softly, laughed. You know, this state, it really does feel familiar. It's been such a long time since I've had power this full, even overflowing a little. And yet not even the slightest sign of losing control. How remarkable. Chongwei marveled at that, then drew his sword, battle spirit blazing, leaving only the white piece, standing there with every circuit in his brain completely fried. He was stuck, damned if he acted, damned if he didn't. What in the world was this whole setup even for? And so, at last, he understood what Wang had meant with those earlier words. So you were just the damn tour guide all along. The one actually here to fight me is that overtuned monstrosity in front. The white piece took a slow, deep breath. There was no time for any further deliberation. He simply strained with everything he had, wondering if there was any possible way to get back in contact with the sway body. At least then he'd have the power to fight, no, to run. But the instant that thought surfaced, the color fell from his face. The connection to the sway body had been severed. In a single instant every trace of power collapsed. He discovered in horror that his link to the sway body had been completely and utterly cut off. No matter how desperately he tried, he could not get through. He spun around in furious disbelief, and there he saw Anthony, standing beside the sway body, holding two electrical cables in each hand, looking up at him with an expression of total bewilderment and wounded innocence. Then Anthony blinked and spoke, as if genuinely confused. Why are you looking at me? You two keep going, I'm just here to watch. Ah, don't mind me at all. You two keep fighting, I'm just, tinkering. Just a little touch. Just one little touch. He said it with a mocking smirk, and then, in the rumbling roar of the origin furnace, pressed the two cables together. In that instant, the lockdown was complete. Outside Sway Mausoleum, Ji watched the enormous machine standing before her, the one connected directly into the mausoleum, and after a moment, couldn't help but shake her head. Meanwhile, Nian and Yi had already started cheering with delight. It lit up. It lit up. Gazing at the colossal machine before them, they let out an instinctive, heartfelt cry of admiration for mechanical ingenuity. And sent their message, second brother, little 13. Everything's fine on our end, activation complete. The rest is up to you. And so, at this moment, the power of the artificer and the technology of Lobotomy Corporation were brought to bear upon the Sui mausoleum. Drawing from the blueprint of the reverse Kabbalah suppressor, supplemented by the Sui family's assistance, and a few eccentric little flourishes of artificer ingenuity, Anthony had cobbled together the enormous machine before them. Its name, the Artificer's Cage. Its effect, put simply, directly suppressed the designated target to its absolute weakest state. Though its activation depended entirely on the authority of the Sui family, and was completely unworkable without them, that did not in any way diminish the device's effectiveness. Under the deductions of 3 proxy agents, it was more than sufficient to completely sever all connections between the Sui body and the outside world, plunging the thing into a full containment state. Once contained, it was no longer the white piece's property. Keep your hands off. This is all mine now. Touch it and I'm charging you. And the white piece, watching all of this, felt the very real urge to cough up blood. But at the same time, Chongyue's sword was now right in his face, and the pressure crashing down upon him felt like an avalanche. He couldn't help but start calculating in his head. What in the world could he possibly do to survive this situation? And so, instinct moved faster than thought. In that moment, the white piece did what every living thing does when cornered. He tried, by any means possible, with everything he had, to turn around and run. But in the next instant, it was as if a gentle wind stirred. Within the chaotic history of the Sui memory, something like a drop of wine seemed to fall into it, and in an instant, the entire Sui memory once again erupted into chaos. Then came the sound of music, settling the tone like a proclamation written in gold and jade. Then a single seed. Then a scroll of paintings. Until finally, a bowl of thick, rich soup was poured in, all of it, into the Sui memory that had already descended once more into turmoil. And so, everything in this moment arrived at something that felt like a final, definitive point. At the far end of the Sui memory, deep within the endless chaotic history, with Ling as its core, a great dream once again unfurled. With the joining of so many proxy agents, it had already become the grandest dreamscape within the entire Sui memory, so vast it seemed on the verge of swallowing all the other chaotic histories whole. At this moment, when no one was permitted to touch the Sui body, when all contact with the contained Sui body had been cut off, Anthony seemed to be completely unaffected. And so there was one troublemaker who stirred and stirred, pouring everything he had into nurturing the birth of this dream, and into Ling's role within it. And then his face broke into the expression of a man witnessing a bumper harvest. This was the tactic that Anthony and the others had worked out with the other Sui family proxy agents from the very beginning. To avoid missing anything, or allowing any accidents, including the salvage work after the battle, they needed to weave a dream. As for the difficulty of weaving this dream, Anthony could only say, piece of cake. Setting aside the fact that Ling herself was a proxy agent who specialized in exactly this, the moment the words, soul manipulation, were mentioned, a certain artificer caught the scent and came running. Oh, this has something to do with me too. Since the white piece had lost his connection to the Sui body, he was now, in the face of all of this, completely at the mercy of others. The fish is on the chopping block, and the cleaver is in our hands. So all he could do was watch helplessly as, mid-flight, the world around him suddenly transformed. Like falling into yet another grand dream within an already vast dream. He spun around sharply, and saw the green grass around him. And there in the middle of that green field, Chongyue, already raising an eyebrow. In this dream that resembled a gladiatorial arena, the rest of the Sui family sat outside the perimeter, watching as this world-shaking duel drew toward its close. And Chongyue, bearing the weight of his family's expectations on his back, finally broke into a smile. This is rather refreshing, no more chasing some slippery eel of a target. About time. He seemed to exhale with something like satisfaction. Then his gaze locked onto the white piece, and he raised the blade in his hand. Now where exactly do you think you're running to? Go, elder brother. From the sidelines, a certain carefree individual bellowed his support for Chongyue, at the top of his lungs. Chongyue, even in the thick of it, found a moment to glance back at little 13. And sent him a look of acknowledgement. Truly, It had been too long since he'd had a fight this satisfying. That he could fight with such uninhibited exhilaration right now, there was no denying that Anthony had played a decisive role in making it possible. And just thinking about the battle ahead against the White Piece, Chongyue felt something like genuine anticipation rising in his chest. As luck would have it, there were some insights in the martial path that he had finally found an opportunity to put to use. Because he had abandoned the proxy body and embraced a human form, there were countless martial insights of Chongyue's that had never been usable in actual combat. But now, thanks to Little 13, that problem was gone. And his thanks to the White Piece for his generous contribution. All he could say was, the White Piece had truly been squeezed dry. Not a drop wasted. And so, under the White Piece's terrified gaze, Chongyue lowered his eyes, and then, in a quiet voice, asked. So then, are you ready? And thus, as if extending one final scrap of mercy, he issued to the White Piece a solemn and measured declaration. Ready or not, the outcome is the same. I'm coming. And so, from that moment, he raised the blade in his hand. And brought it down, straight toward the White Piece. Walnut-chan New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus help us hit our targets, 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all Chapter 88, Jia's official resurrection, Nian Beast finally eliminated, Chan and Jia 6K, 4,360 words. One strike. A single strike, nothing more. And yet the White Piece felt as though he had been torn apart 1,000 times beneath that blade. Resistance. He couldn't even conceive of the thought. To say such a thing out loud would have been impossible. After all, what the White Piece now faced was not only a Chongyue who had surpassed his absolute peak, but also a version of himself that had fallen to his absolute lowest. His authority was unusable. His connection to the year body had been severed. He couldn't even run, and on top of everything, there was that infuriating bastard quietly stacking debuffs on him from the shadows. Every soul-related ability he tried to use was immediately disrupted by the Stygian king. The result was like trying to unleash a power only to have your mouth force-fed a fistful of something unspeakable. The White Piece felt so disgusted he was going numb. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was all for nothing. In the end, that single strike had robbed him completely of the ability to move. And then, just as the second strike was about to fall, it stopped. The White Piece blinked in confusion. Then Chongyue leaned in close, and a wide, delighted grin broke across his face. Still alive? He said it the way a neighbor might ask whether you'd had lunch yet, utterly casual, completely at ease. Chongyue grinned and raised his free hand. And then came the natural follow-up to that cheerful little greeting. Haven't eaten? Then eat my fist. In that instant, the White Piece's vision went black without him even meaning for it to. Having felt the terrifying, crushing pressure radiating from Chongyue, the White Piece's mind had been stripped down to a single thought, one that felt like the purest truth he had ever known. That son of a bitch didn't stop out of conscience. He just decided swinging a sword wasn't satisfying enough, so he tossed the damn thing aside, rolled up his sleeves, and decided to do this with his bare hands. The scene that followed was nothing short of brutal. With every punch, the White Piece felt his soul shudder and rattle, as though consciousness itself were slipping away from him. And yet just enough remained. Just that last sliver of awareness, dangling there on the edge, refusing to let him pass out, forcing him to experience the full, undiluted fury packed into every single blow. You thought you could threaten my family? The onlookers watching from outside could only stare at the scene unfolding before them, a strange feeling stirring in their chests. Only Wang shifted his gaze toward Anthony, who was standing nearby whistling cheerfully. Their eyes met for a moment, and Wang's held a faint, undisguised skepticism. Anthony met Wang's gaze with an easy, pleasant look. Not a trace of guilt. Not even the pretense of it. Is the way Big Brother is acting right now, Wang said at last, really not your fault? Anthony let out a small laugh and replied lightly, how could that possibly be? What kind of person do you take me for? He spoke with perfect conviction, his tone entirely righteous. At most, I gave Big Brother a little pre-battle motivational talk. Wong rolled his eyes. Nothing left to say. If that line was coming out of his mouth, Wong didn't even need to think about what had actually happened, he already knew. Honestly, the fact that Anthony hadn't charged into the middle of the fight, pointing at the white piece, and yelling "hit him here" at Chongyue, was already showing considerable restraint. That said, second brother, Anthony said suddenly, narrowing his eyes just slightly, something like amusement glinting in them, "Are you sure you want to keep watching from here?" Even Wong paused at that. He turned to look, and found that in the center of the arena, Chongyue had stopped. The white piece lay there with nothing but the barest flicker of consciousness remaining. Chongyue stood to the side, his gaze turning toward Wong, an unspoken question in his eyes. In that moment, Wong understood what Anthony and Chongyue meant. He rose to his feet, without a moment's hesitation. "Then let me." He said it quietly, murmuring almost to himself, "Everything should have a beginning and an end." And so he lifted the sword in his hand, and began walking forward, step by step. Then, abruptly, his stride faltered. He felt a sudden weight against his chest, looked down, startled, and then understood. He turned back toward Anthony. Anthony's face still held that same quiet smile. He spoke softly, "Don't forget anyone this time." "All right, second brother, go." Wong gave a single nod, and this time, he didn't stop walking. He moved directly toward the white piece. The white piece watched Wong approach. With the last shred of his consciousness, he forced his eyes open. He let out a laugh, something between self-mockery and wild abandon. "You've come to kill me?" He directed the question at Wong. Wong nodded. "Obviously. Come for revenge?" "That's a lot of trouble to go through. Though I'll admit, I always figured it would come to this eventually." The white piece said it with a cold smile, but Wong gave a slight shake of his head. "You're still wrong, even now." The bluntness of it gave even the white piece pause. Then, in a voice as cold and still as ice, Wong spoke. "I am not here to kill you out of revenge. I am here because you threatened my family." He lowered his gaze and looked into the white piece's eyes, each word deliberate. "That, and that alone, is something I will never permit." The white piece went blank, and then he saw Wong draw something from within his robes. And upon his face appeared a rare, almost unfamiliar smile. "And one more thing I want to say," Wong continued. "All those words you kept throwing at me, those taunts you wore out from overuse, I stopped caring about them a long time ago. Because the things that are truly mine, I already took them back. With the help of my family." In that instant, the white piece's eyes flew wide as the soul of Wong's proxy leapt free from within the doll. She was dead. He had personally seen to that, had pushed the whole thing along with his own hands. And yet that familiar resonance of a soul, it was utterly, completely real. Nothing could fake it. In that moment, a torrent of emotion crashed over him. And finally, the white piece fell backward, his eyes sliding slowly shut. He murmured it faintly, as though something that had long eluded him had finally clicked into place. He couldn't help it, he began to laugh. Loud and unrestrained, as though mocking himself. How absurd. How laughable. How utterly, contemptibly pathetic. Wong watched him. He waited until the laughter had exhausted itself, until the white piece, weary to the bone, spoke at last, all that effort, and nothing to show for it. "Who's going to argue with that? Watching you spin your wheels for all this time, honestly, I'm quite pleased about it." Wong answered without missing a beat. And so the white piece closed his eyes. No final words. Nothing left he wanted to say. At last he felt it, the exhaustion of 1,000 years. Looking back now, in this final moment, the white piece saw it clearly for the first time. Everything he had done had ended in absolute, total failure. Why he had failed, because of whom, from what point, he had no will left to contemplate it. And soon, he would have no capacity to contemplate anything at all. It was only when the blade pressed against his throat that the white piece's eyes snapped open, wide and wild, as if he refused to accept it, and from somewhere deep in his chest, the last of his consciousness hurled out a final, dying scream. But it was already too late. I refuse to accept this. The deafening cry brought no conclusion. There was only a sword, calm and quiet, that separated his head from his shoulders. The head flew. The pupils remained open, frozen. He died without peace. Wang gave that severed head a final glance of contempt, then looked away, and did not look again. Because he was no longer worth even that. A dead man who had failed. A dead man who had failed in every conceivable way. He had not earned even a second look. Then Anthony stepped forward, appearing at Wang's side at some point no one had quite registered, as the origin furnace roared to life behind him. Like something being chewed and consumed, it erased every last trace of the white piece's existence. What remained was cast into the furnace's roaring soul flame, and from that moment on, stripped of everything, the white piece was rendered down into a single, pure crystal shard. Anthony glanced at it briefly, then dropped it into the Stygian vessel to be set aside for later use. That was the end reserved for this failure. Wang casually let the sword fall from his grip, then turned to glance at Anthony, giving a small nod. Thank you. You've earned it. You've been at this a long time, it was only right that you got to settle this one personally, wasn't it? Anthony shrugged and said evenly. Consider it your due reward. What do we do next? Wang directed the question at Anthony, and then he saw Anthony break into a wide, delighted grin. What's next? He laughed, bright and easy. Next, it's time for me to collect my payment. Before long, Carmen returned to her original world. Chongyue, with some visible reluctance, withdrew from his earlier state of power. But almost immediately, he was swept back up into the excitement buzzing through everyone around him. Because the greatest enemy had finally been dealt with. Everyone was charged with energy, so much so that they were practically itching to throw a party on the spot, to seize the moment and celebrate at last. After so long without being able to see each other, they could finally sweep away that stifling, pent-up gloom. The mountain pressing down on all their hearts had finally disappeared. What remained now was only a bright, open future. Though that future still lay one final step away. And so everyone held themselves back, keeping a lid on that emotion that was so desperate to burst out. Waiting for the last wanderer to come home. Everyone was waiting for her to return. Anthony included. Or rather, Anthony was currently in the middle of figuring out how to pull Jia back. He had called it collecting his payment, but the payment was already right there. That massive year body, which Anthony had been craving ever since he'd managed to get it into containment, he'd been eyeing it for a long time. So over the next stretch of time, he sent everyone ahead to wait at the old temple, while he himself got to work on the preliminary steps. At a minimum, he needed to sort out the conditions required to resurrect Jia and the others. Once the white piece had been erased, Jia's soul was naturally and fully liberated. But there was still one more thing that had to be ensured. Nian had to be able to rest in permanent slumber. The year body had to sleep. Permanently. Otherwise none of this could truly be called finished. Fortunately, Anthony already had a solution for that as well. He went directly to Carmen and borrowed some engineering schematics, then drew fully on the artificer's breathtaking ingenuity to construct an energy extraction device. Then he simply attached it directly to the year body. You need energy to wake up, don't you? Well, every last drop of it is getting squeezed out of you now. If that doesn't finish you off, then we'll just keep squeezing until it does. Every bit of it converts into points. After hooking it into the Stygian vessel's power system, Anthony watched the points balance on his ledger climbing at a dizzying rate, and felt genuinely moved enough to shed a tear. Outstanding contribution, year body. Employee of the year, no question. Once the connection was established, Anthony folded the whole setup into the cerebral vessel division of the Stygian vessel's operational system. Through Musin and Atom Smasher's maintenance work and routine daily energy extraction, converted into enkephalins, it was generating an additional income of nearly 30,000 points every single day. Anthony was genuinely no longer short on points. You could say that while materials still occasionally left him stretched thin, points were no longer a resource he had to agonize over. His very first order of business was a thoroughly satisfying spending spree. He went through every single soul of spirit ability costing 1 or 2,000 points, and activated the whole lot of them, one by one. Only then did he get back to the real work. Although all the energy the year body might generate toward waking itself should be getting funneled straight into generating power, there was still the nagging possibility that something might slip through. So Anthony deployed his breathtaking ingenuity once again. The consciousness currently suppressing Nian and keeping her from waking was, in truth, a dream woven by Ling Zhao. What Anthony did was simple. He siphoned off just a trickle of the year body's wake-directed energy and fed it into the dream, letting the dream sustain itself on autopilot. On top of that, it was continuously powering the external artificer's cage, keeping the year body locked in containment. 3 layers of failsafe. All energy sourced entirely from Nian herself. Even Musen, watching from next door, would probably start feeling his own workload wasn't nearly saturated enough by comparison. One could only say that a certain capitalist dog had always been thoroughly, impressively inhumane in all the ways that counted. With all of that sorted, Anthony had finally completed the recovery of his payment and the processing of the year body. Now it was time to take care of the last remaining requirement for Jie's resurrection. He had Carmen source a conceptual incineration furnace from Wenjin, then gave it a modest enhancement using artificer technology and Stygian King divine power. Anthony figured it only needed to work, so he left it roughly as is and moved on. Then he hurried back to the old temple at a near sprint, checking the faith supply feeding into the temple network the whole way there. Once everything had been resolved in one fell swoop, he stood at the entrance to the old temple, opened the chat group, and spent a moment scrolling. Lord of the Ivory Throne at Grand Flame Wordsmith, all right, everything's just about ready, Lord of the Ivory Throne. How's the faith supply coming? Grand Flame Wordsmith, just about there. Should be enough. City Ghost of the AAA Metropolis, my resentment is off the charts. Everyone else gets to leave and I'm still being kept on overtime by a certain dog. Lord of the Ivory Throne, why are you so hard to listen to? Can't I at least name you MVP for this run? Founder of the Golden Spirit, regardless of all else, first, let us congratulate Miss Jie. Let Night City burn, just finished watching Atom Smasher's meltdown. Congrats, Jie. Warrior of the Xiantian era, Fryron, congratulations. Though every time I see a moment like this, I do find myself looking forward to my own turn. Lord of the Ivory Throne, no need to rush, it'll happen for everyone, eventually. With that last message sent, Anthony closed the chat group, drew in a slow, deep breath, and finally pushed the door open and stepped inside the old temple. The first thing he saw was a sea of faces, all of them already looking toward him. And in all those eyes, nothing but anticipation. Chongyue spoke first. Anthony tilted his head back and answered without a moment's hesitation, everything is ready. The conceptual incineration furnace was brought out. Soul flame ignited. The spectral form of the origin furnace descended to envelop it. At that moment, Wang, who had been in the rear courtyard keeping an eye on the dragon bubble, suddenly stilled. He felt it then, the departure of the soul within the dragon bubble. But there was no dread in him. If anything, it was like a dawning realization, like something finally clicking, and he rose to his feet, left the room, and pushed the door open. What Wang saw when he stepped outside left him momentarily unsteady. He asked it softly, and it was Anthony who answered him, Patience, second brother. He said, look outside for now. Anthony said, look outside. Because outside, something world-shaking was truly happening. Inside a temple, a young man who looked like a scholar accepted 2 sticks of incense with slightly trembling hands, stepped up before the statue, and offered them at the altar. Then he drew a deep breath, bowed with all his strength, and began murmuring urgently, Blessed deity, please watch over me, "Please let me pass the imperial examinations today, please let me pass." He was wound tight with nerves. For a scholar like him, passing this examination was the chance that could change the entire trajectory of his life. Having traveled all the way from the great Yen city to Baizhou to sit the examinations, he had been wound to an absolute breaking point. Even though his teachers had praised his abilities time and again, the anxiety refused to leave him. He had come to this temple because he had heard from many people that prayers made here were remarkably responsive, and so he had come, hoping for some peace of mind. Deep down he knew it might mean nothing. But he wanted to try. He wanted to find some calm. And then, all at once, the scholar froze, as though he'd glimpsed some subtle change in the statue before him. Just now had the statue's eyes blinked. The thought flashed through his mind in confusion. He lifted his head to look at the statue more carefully, and went completely still. Because what he saw in that moment would stay with him for the rest of his life. Upon the statue, a luminous apparition materialized, flickering with tiny points of golden light, and with one hand, reached down, and gently tapped the scholar on the head. Then said, "Do your best." In that instant, the scholar stood frozen in stunned disbelief, staring up at the spirit, and found that the spirit was the exact likeness of the statue. It had actually manifested. He watched the apparition, still rooted to the spot, as it drifted toward the window and floated outward, then walked along the earth, as if melting back into the streets and alleys of Baizhou. Moving in one direction. Toward something. As if at the end of that direction, something was waiting for this apparition. And for reasons he couldn't quite explain, the scholar found that the anxious chaos that had been tearing through his chest had, in this moment, mostly ebbed away. He suddenly had a feeling, a quiet, inexplicable certainty. That he didn't need to be so frightened. If he had the ability, then he would pass. Simple as that. With a burst of bright laughter that rang up toward the sky, the scholar strode out of the temple and set off down the road toward the examination halls. And scenes like this one were unfolding at that very moment in temples throughout all of Great Yen. In every temple that Wang had traveled to establish in those earlier days, atop each and every one of Jia's statues, tiny points of golden light were appearing. And then, as the worshippers gasped and cried out and pressed their palms together in reverence, the apparitions departed from the statues. As if they had come alive, gathering together all the faith that had been collected across this span of time, and flowing toward that old temple. Coming at last into the roaring blaze of the furnace. This was the ritual that preceded resurrection. That which is reborn from fire and from the faith of all people. Just as many hands make light work, so too would Jia be reborn amid the gathered devotion of those who believed. And so, across all of Baizhou, this miraculous sight unfolded simultaneously. As for who was the first to be alerted by this spectacle, that hardly needed saying. Or rather, when this moment arrived, someone had already taken notice. Inside the Sasuotai, Chun rubbed her hand, sore from processing official documents, and rose to her feet with some weariness. Ever since that little 13 of the Nian family had shown up, the workload at the Sasuotai had grown heavier with every passing day, and her blood pressure had climbed right along with it. Truly, she had no idea when days like these would ever come to an end. With a sigh, Chun idly pushed open the window, intending to take a moment to breathe during a rare break, and then stopped dead. There in her field of vision, impossible to miss even at a glance, along the roads of Baizhou, a luminous apparition was walking. She moved at a leisurely, unhurried pace, as though everything was new and wondrous to her, gazing at every sight along Baizhou's streets, at every vendor with wide, curious eyes. Looking at this world with joy and delight, as though everything filled her with a kind of elated wonder. Like someone for whom every single thing in existence was fresh and astonishing, and so she savored this world she was about to be born into, suffused with happiness. That feeling of sheer, electric excitement, Chun knew she would never forget it for as long as she lived. She stared at that familiar figure, and for a long moment she simply stood there, dazed, her gaze following that presence until it disappeared from the edge of her sight. She remained at the window. Not moving. Not even registering anything around her. until one of her subordinates came rushing in and called out to her. Just now, what was outside? Chun finally snapped back, and then, very softly, she murmured to herself as a single tear slid unbidden from the corner of her eye. Even the staff member who had just walked in went still, seemingly unable to comprehend why their superior would be wearing such an expression at this moment. It was immeasurably complex, relief tangled with worry, tension wrapped around fear, until, in the end, every last bit of it transformed into something like release. I saw her. That wasn't an illusion, was it? She breathed the name in a faint murmur, and finally let her eyes close. And the last apparition of Jia that Chun had glimpsed finally drifted quietly through the entrance of the old temple. Then leapt into Anthony's furnace. In that moment, every last fragment of Jia's soul that had been scattered across the outside world had completed the collection of faith, and rejoined as one within the whole. And so the final artificer raised the flame high, from within the blaze, the conceptual incineration furnace gradually dissolved away, and then, guided by the currents of the chat group, it began to be refined into essence. Together with the faith, it built itself into a complete and whole outline. At that moment, every one of Nian's proxies who had been standing in silence around the room stepped forward at once, and each drew the small ritual blade they had been carrying, and cast them into the fire, one by one. Anthony turned back in surprise, then looked at June with a deep, wordless gratitude. He drew in a long breath, and pushed the flame higher. And from within the fire, a silhouette slowly, gradually took form, then stumbled free, and landed, drawing in the very first breath of her new existence. No one spoke. In this moment it was as though even the air had frozen solid, everyone so flooded with joy and disbelief, that they had forgotten how to use words entirely. Until Jia stood up and turned to face everyone with a smile. "Ah, everyone, I'm back." She said it with that radiant, brilliant smile of hers, and in the same moment spotted Wang stepping through the door, and waved at him with uncontained delight. "Second brother, look. This time, you came rushing forward once more, and this time, he crashed right into Jia." No longer was there any failure to hold on. Jia caught him, steady and sure. And amid the burst of cheering all around them, you laughed, yet at the corners of his eyes, there still lingered a faint glimmer of tears. Finally, all the proxies together raised their voices as one, "Welcome back." And amid the laughter and joy, Jia reached out and pulled everyone together. "Everyone," she called out brightly, "let's have another gathering." Because this time, there would not be a single person still present only as a soul. Walnut-chan New History, Jujutsu x Miyaruko. Oh no, am I a villain too? Help us hit our targets. 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 89, Prestigious Family Reunion, New World of Terraria, Deal with the True Dragon, 8K, 5,168 words in indescribable joy, one that felt as though it welled up from the very depths of the soul, impossible to put into words. As everyone gathered around Jia to offer their congratulations, Jia listened to the laughter and cheering around her, and slowly closed her eyes. Then she breathed in, long and deep. It was like finally feeling solid earth beneath her feet, and fresh air filling her lungs, wave after wave of quiet contentment washing over her. And at last, a brilliant smile broke across Jia's face. "A gathering. Well then, we'd better make it a proper one this time," Jia said, smiling. "Last time I didn't even get to eat anything Xiao Yu cooked. Then I'll go get ready right now." You jumped to her feet, and turned to head out of the old temple. "I'll head back to Yue House, everyone come on over, yeah. Won't we be disrupting the normal business there?" Jia asked, sounding a little curious. You just smiled and winked, "We'll be fine. Aside from a few regulars, there's never anyone at this hour anyway, it's a small operation, barely scraping together enough to pay GG's rent as it is." Feeling two pairs of very friendly eyes swivel toward him, Ji felt his entire being seize up. And the moment he caught Shujia's gaze growing warmer and more benevolent by the second, he got the distinct feeling he might not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. "Hold on, when have I ever charged you rent?" Ji's eyes went wide as he turned on Yu, voice rising, then, catching the light, unbothered smile on Yu's face, he felt a wave of pure helplessness wash over him. Don't be so hard on Xiao Yu. Jia laughed, then teased Ji with a grin. Shu had just let out a sigh when Yi's instigating voice piped up. Aya, GGE, no use hiding it, I saw the whole thing with my own eyes. I was right there when you collected Xiao Yu's rent, remember? Xiao Yu even asked for a few more days' grace and you said. You actually collected it? Shu turned to Ji, putting on a look of grave solemnity. Ji's eyes went wide, absolutely not. Heaven as my witness. What followed was a cascade of incomprehensible declarations. Yi's framing me, Xiao Yu's been corrupted, it must be little 13 leading everyone astray, and suddenly, inside and outside the old temple alike, the air was filled with boisterous, infectious energy. It was only then that Wang, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke, his tone carrying just a trace of puzzled confusion. Speaking of little 13, has anyone seen where he went? At that, almost everyone present save for Chongwei, and a handful of the other agents, paused and glanced around. And it was only then that they realized, at some point, Anthony had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Wang frowned, the question coming out with just a hint of unease. The answer came from Shi, calm and unhurried. About 5 or 6 minutes ago, right when Jie came back, he slipped out of the temple quietly. I lost track of him after he went outside. She said it evenly. Wang went quiet for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Well, as long as he's all right. Though you actually noticed. Wang looked at Shi, mildly surprised. She was silent for another beat, then answered with some difficulty, as if the words didn't come easily. He called me Jia earlier. Nian, nearby, couldn't hold back a laugh. Shigua, so even you have moments like this, huh? She turned around and shot Nian a withering glare, and there was even the faintest hint of a flush creeping in at the edges. Wang watched the whole scene unfold, and once again let out a quiet sigh. Once again, a gentle exasperation at this rowdy bunch, but wasn't it actually kind of wonderful? If anything, this was exactly what the Sui family was supposed to look like. The way things used to be, endlessly tangled up in one trouble after another, never a moment's peace, that was never what a real family should feel like. A little noisy was fine. More than fine, honestly. And besides. Wang looked up, his gaze landing on Jia on the easy, bright smile on her face, and quietly closed his eyes. Everyone was enjoying this. That was more than enough. So then, that left only a handful of loose ends to tie up. Let's have the gathering first. But after a moment's reflection, Wang let out a sigh and, unusually, took the initiative to steer the conversation. Honestly, there was still something nagging at the back of his mind. The year-beast situation was resolved, but what lay ahead could easily be imagined, no small amount of wrangling and red tape. The Sasuotai, the Grand Flame Emperor's side. Even with the year-beast gone, there were still plenty of negotiations to be had, rights to be fought for, and it was easy to foresee how long and drawn-out those disputes might become. In fact, it was entirely possible that, precisely because the agent's power was now something to be wary of, the wrangling would only be more pronounced. Even the gathering tonight at Yue House might end up interrupted by some of that. Normally that'd be one thing, but of all the times for it to happen, little 13 had to be missing, and the Stygian vessel couldn't get in. Where on earth had that kid run off to? The moment his thoughts landed on Anthony's current whereabouts, Wang felt a wave of weary helplessness. Going by instinct alone, whenever this particular person was nowhere to be found, it usually meant he was in the middle of causing some kind of scene. For a moment, Wang's thoughts drifted, and his gaze slid toward the entrance of the old temple. He could almost picture a certain someone making a nuisance of himself somewhere out there. Ah, come on, don't be stingy, just a little, just a little. Hey, don't just listen and say nothing. What do you think of the proposal I just laid out? Hold on a second, this craftsmanship is really something. Could I get a closer look at this? Don't be so uptight, don't be so uptight. I just helped you sort out a massive headache, didn't I? Within the imperial palace, behind the curtained screen, the reigning true dragon of Grand Flame listened to the endless, unbroken, and utterly shameless stream of words pouring from the person before him, and fell into silence. He felt profoundly, deeply tired. As it turned out, Wang's instincts were not wrong in the slightest. If anything, this was exactly on the nose. When Anthony was nowhere to be found within eyeshot, it almost certainly meant that a certain artificer had already made his way somewhere else entirely, and was busy causing trouble, or making a nuisance of himself. Never failed. After what felt like a very long time, long enough that Anthony had apparently talked himself nearly hoarse, and was peering curiously through the curtain, the true dragon Yenli finally let out a long, weary exhale. Do you know that conduct like yours could reasonably be called a gross act of disrespect? If we so wished, we could have the guards drag you away right now, flogging, beheading. There's no shortage of charges to be leveled. If we were you, we would not be making such a racket inside this hall. Oh, don't be so formal about it. Anthony smiled and said, besides, you haven't actually called anyone to take me away, have you? And why are you so certain that we would not? Yenli looked at Anthony, something complicated moving through his gaze, and said as much. Because you are good. Ahem, in any case, I trust that Grand Flame would never treat a man of merit this way, and besides. Anthony paused briefly, then, still smiling, said quietly, can you honestly tell me you're not even a little tempted by my proposal? For a moment, Yenli said nothing. If he were being perfectly honest, not likely. There was so much he wanted to say to the person standing before him, so much he wanted to rebuke him for, but every word, when it came to his lips, he swallowed back down. Not only because of who this person was, or out of the dignity befitting a true dragon of Grand Flame, but also, genuinely, because he couldn't bring himself to it. However outrageous this person's antics, he had still accomplished something so absurd that even the true dragon of Grand Flame had to admit it defied all reason. So could someone please explain to him what was going on? How had he woken up to find the year beast beneath Sway Mausoleum simply? It was only when Anthony had somehow bypassed every guard and barged into the Imperial Hall to ramble at him non-stop that Yenli finally pieced it together. Ah, so the Sway family had mobilized as one and completely put an end to the year beast. Completely put an end to it. What do you mean, completely put an end to it? When that bewildering piece of news had first reached him, Yenli felt his entire dragon self go sideways. And the worst part was, after sending people to verify it over and over again, even including his own sense of the world, every single source confirmed that impossibly bizarre report. So just like that, Yenli woke up one morning to learn that while he'd been sleeping, the year beast had completely collapsed, and that come his next life, and the one after that, this would never be a problem he'd need to worry about again. He was, to put it plainly, absolutely dumbfounded. He'd even woken up wondering if he was still dreaming. Because how else could news this absurd be real? And then, on top of that, Yenli had learned what it truly meant when they said every mountain has a higher peak, that defeating the year beast was only the opening act. Because very shortly after, Anthony had delivered the next bombshell. Oh, by the way, forgot to mention, Jiejie came back to life too. You'll probably be getting a report from Sasuotai about it any moment now. I wanted to give you a heads up before your blood pressure spikes. Yenli had nearly choked on a mouthful of blood then and there. Blood pressure. Frankly, talking to you is when my blood pressure reaches its absolute peak. I can see you came here specifically to be insufferable. And yet every single word the man had said was true. For a moment, the look in Yenli's eyes as he regarded Anthony grew even more complicated than before. And Anthony, meeting that look, only grinned wider, feeling a wave of deep, thorough satisfaction wash over him. He'd known it. The moment Jiejie came back, making a beeline for the Grand Flame Imperial Palace had been absolutely the right call. It was like finally pulling a rare card after ages of grinding, after pulling off something this huge. If he couldn't come here and dangle it in front of Yenli's face, he'd feel like something was missing. Of course, Anthony hadn't come here purely to gloat, that would have been too shallow even for him. The truth was, he'd come with business to attend to. The goal, naturally, was to lay the groundwork for resolving some of the fallout ahead. Well then, Your Majesty, we've talked enough, and the jokes have been made. I wonder, have you given the real matter any thought yet? And so Anthony's expression shifted, growing serious, as he addressed the true dragon in a quiet but direct tone. The true dragon's brow furrowed, and he fell into consideration once more. Your Majesty, allow me to remind you again, this is a one-time opportunity. Once it passes, there will be no second chance. Anthony raised a hand, the gesture solemn. Yenli sighed, we know. Even knowing that opportunities once lost don't return, still, this matter was enormously weighty. What Anthony had proposed was, in a single phrase, something that could shape Grand Flame's national policy for the next 100 years. And all of it had begun with the collection of items Anthony had referred to, somewhat dismissively, as little trinkets when he'd arrived. Things like the upgraded Lacamius's roar, the autonomous mineral detection array, the transmuter. An entire assortment of the artificer's ingenious little gadgets, blueprints Anthony had dug out from the most obscure, cobwebbed corners of the artificer's archives. And then Anthony had proceeded to wave all of this in front of Yen Li's face, asking over and over, tempted. Aren't they something? Want to buy a couple right now? 20% off, limited time offer. Initially, Yen Li hadn't been particularly inclined to humor the Sui family's little 13. But what he'd brought out was simply too good to ignore. After running a few trials under Anthony's guidance, Yen Li completely lost the ability to hold back. Lacamius's roar hardly needed introduction, its mining efficiency was absurdly high. A single activation could outperform hundreds of people working day and night for several days straight. The autonomous mineral detection array, further boosted by Anthony's Stygian King enhancement, could locate or deposits nearly a dozen kilometers down, surpassing the current maximum depth limit of any mineshaft in existence. And the transmuter. That thing had gone straight into the territory of alchemy. It could literally refine mercury into gold. No smoke, no mirrors, no tricks. After seeing the entire suite of Anthony's delightful little devices in action, even Yen Li's hands were trembling slightly. And to make it worse, Anthony kept sweetening the deal, like them. None of these have anything to do with the Sui family. Yes, I'm the one providing them, but you can have people verify it. One look and it'll be obvious these have zero connection to the Year Beast, no side effects whatsoever when you use them. And I'm giving you friendship pricing, you'd pay less than market rate, and compared to the productivity these things would unlock, it's essentially giving them away, right? But that was precisely where the problem lay. The cheaper the price, the more Yen Li felt something was off. Cheap was good, yes, but this was too cheap. What was he actually after? After a long moment, Yen Li raised his eyes and fixed them on Anthony, and then, in the prolonged silence that followed, finally let out a sigh. Then, softly, he posed the question, you needn't dance around it so much. Tell us now. What is it you truly want? He asked, puzzled, why go to such lengths, and yet offer these things at so low a price, with so flimsy a justification? At that, Anthony went quiet. After a long silence, a soft exhale. Actually, Your Majesty, you're overthinking it. Finally, Anthony straightened up, meeting Yen Li's gaze openly, and said in a quiet voice, there's no grand conspiracy, no elaborate scheme working in the shadows, it's simply that I want my family to be able to live a normal life. For a moment, the hand Yen Li had half raised behind the curtain stilled. He looked up at Anthony, who wore an expression of complete, unaffected ease. Anthony continued, Your Majesty, I won't say more than I need to. I only want to say, this is my one and only purpose. Because of the Year Beast, they have endured disruption and hardship for more years than anyone should have to count, suffering and difficulty beyond measure. I won't go on about it at length. I will only say this, in that regard, Grand Flame owes them. He raised his head, holding Yen Li's gaze through the curtain, and spoke each word with deliberate weight. The Year Beast existing, that was reasonable, and I could accept it. Grand Flame did much to support them through it, and for that we are genuinely grateful. But it came with no small amount of hardship. So, we went and ended the year beast. And now, at last, we've come to ask you to account for it. Yenli said nothing, only turning his head away in irritated silence. Your Majesty. Anthony raised his voice sharply, calling out directly. Yenli exhaled slowly, then said, in a measured tone, we understand. What does Your Majesty mean? We mean that what you wish to say, we have heard it. Yenli lowered his eyes, speaking plainly, since you want an accounting, then, what accounting do you want? What I want, oh, there's quite a lot, actually. Anthony suddenly laughed, then began ticking things off on his fingers: Sasuatai's surveillance, the restriction on gathering freely, the constant wariness and suspicion we live under. Then Anthony raised his head, and with sincerity, each word measured and deliberate, he spoke, Your Majesty, what I hope for, is that from here on, they can live as people do. No longer as agents, but as individuals living in Grand Flame. A group of people who all belong to the same family. I also hope they can return to the lives they actually want. The lives they love. You know what the agents are like by nature, don't you, Your Majesty? You've truly handed us a thorny problem. Well then, Your Majesty, what do you say? Anthony asked quietly, these are the terms I am offering. Yenli regarded Anthony, standing there in the open, and fell silent. Anthony, for his part, met Yenli's gaze with calm composure, waiting for his answer. Time passed, second by second. The hourglass completed one full cycle, the sand flowing slowly downward. At last, Yenli lowered his hand. Very well. Then, eyes cast downward, he said evenly, we agree. Only can you guarantee that they will not sow chaos within the court? Second brother and I will keep Jie in line. Anthony answered simply, as for the others, do you still not know them, even at this point? Then so be it. Another brief silence, and then Yenli looked up and gave his answer. Watching the smile spread across Anthony's face, he finally gave in to the question that had been sitting with him. Now then, might you answer one question for us? Your Majesty may ask whatever you wish. Why go this far? Yenli asked quietly. Anthony paused at the question, then smiled and answered, you might not believe me if I said it, but I actually do rather like this place, Grand Flame. I'm quite fond of the family I have now. The true dragon sighed. Then he asked once more, then, one final question, Ka. Where do you come from? Yenli leaned forward slightly, giving voice to the question that had been circling in his mind for days. Things had reached a point where Anthony had even produced tools that clearly did not belong to this world. If Yenli still couldn't read something from all of this, he might as well stop being the true dragon of Grand Flame, and just go to sleep. The Sui family had probably suspected as much for some time, they simply didn't seem to care overly much. Anthony paused briefly at the question, then gave a quiet smile. Does it really matter, Your Majesty? Even if I am a traveler, the one standing here, in this moment, is real. Why dwell on it? If you insist on an answer, then let me think. Anthony closed his eyes gently and then, at the very moment before departing the Grand Flame Imperial Palace, a smile returned to his face, and he gave his answer. I come from beyond the stars. A short while later, Anthony walked out of the Grand Flame Imperial Palace with a light step, strolling down the street, before gradually slowing to a halt. He stood before the entrance of Yue House, drew a slow, deep breath, and pushed the door open. Get back here right now. The moment the door swung open, that roar of outrage hit him square in the face. Anthony couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. Now this felt right. And so he slipped inconspicuously into the Sui family gathering, taking in the scene of everyone squabbling and messing around, of you carrying dishes out from the kitchen, and then turned his head, and found himself locking eyes with the eldest brother. Meeting Chong Yue's gaze, Anthony gave an awkward little smile. As expected of the eldest brother, he'd slipped in so quietly, and been spotted the instant he walked through the door. You're back. Chong Yue looked at Anthony, then settled into the seat beside him. Anthony gave a small nod. So what were you just up to? Call it tying up a loose end. Anthony exhaled softly, murmuring, mission accomplished, more or less, secured a promise from the true dragon. From here on, all that pressure the Sui family used to live under is gone for good. Everyone can live as a real family now, normally. One less thing weighing on my mind. At Anthony's words, Chongyue fell into silence and then, finally, let out a long sigh. Pa, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble. Even if you hadn't, wouldn't there still have been first brother and second brother? Chongyue said as much. Anthony only pulled up a crooked smile. It's fine. Does it matter who does it? He looked at the seventh and eighth siblings roughhousing in front of him, at Ling Jie knocking back drink after drink over in the corner, at Nian yelling for Xiao Yu to bring another 2 bowls of peppers before getting her head shoved down by Shi, and a quietly delighted smile spread across his face. Besides, sometimes I think, if I can do something for everyone, it feels pretty good. This way, I might actually feel like I've really entered a family. Anthony thought to himself, with a kind of yearning he couldn't quite hide. Finally, just a little sense of being alive. Eating without flavor, breathing without feeling it, even with both feet planted on solid ground, the emptiness and weightlessness in his soul still told him, always, that this was only a Stan's shell. He had never found any way to locate even a sliver of an anchor for his own existence. But family had always been the anchor that tethered a person to life. If nothing else, Big Brother, just take it as me wanting to satisfy a little bit of personal ambition. And so Anthony smiled and said as much. Chongyue paused slightly, then smiled as well. Fair enough, I won't say more on it. You're probably more sensible about this than Wang anyway. Jia looks like she wants to have a word with you, so I'll leave you to it. Chongyue patted Anthony on the back and rose to leave, and Anthony looked up to find Jia standing before him, a half-smile playing at her lips. Sounds like someone's been busy doing remarkable things. Jia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and settled in beside Anthony, still smiling as she spoke. Sure have, might be that in another couple of days, you'll be heading back to Baijiao Academy to teach. Anthony laughed, turning to Jia, happy to be back. How are you feeling? Truly wonderful. Jia said softly, heaving a quiet sigh. It's been so long since I've felt this good, so many years, and I'd almost forgotten what Xiao Yu's cooking tasted like. When I took that first bite just now, I almost couldn't hold back the tears. Don't laugh at me. I wouldn't dream of it. So Anthony, truly, thank you. Jia said it with complete sincerity, then added, I'll do what I can to help you in return. Never mind that, just hurry up and come back to life. That's what matters. As she said it, Jia gave Anthony a gentle nudge on the shoulder and blinked her eyes, then continued, so what are your plans from here? From here on, this stand will probably stay behind. Leave something as a keepsake, and also, if anything comes up in the future, maybe I can pull a couple of people from the Sui family to help out. Anthony thought it over, then gave that answer. Then come join the gathering right now. This is exactly the kind of moment that builds bonds. Jia laughed and pulled Anthony to his feet, leading him back into the heart of the celebration. As you brought dish after dish out from Yue House's kitchen, Jia tasted a little of everything, and amidst all the laughter and chatter, she spent this rare evening with her family. It really has been ages since she'd had this much fun, Jia couldn't help but think to herself. Then she raised her eyes, and seemed to sense something. She looked out over the gathering. Ling Jia had drunk herself into a stupor. Second brother was back to playing the wooden statue, though he had begun speaking up on his own at least a little, which counted as progress. Eldest brother was pulling various younger siblings aside to ask them this and that. Everyone else was occupied with their own small corners of the evening. And seeming to feel Jia's gaze, she turned her head, and their eyes met. Jia and the other shared a quiet smile. As Jia finished taking it all in, a deep, bittersweet feeling stirred within her. She was home, at last. The most familiar shape of her family, she had it back. Such happiness. She gently closed her eyes, then rose to her feet. Time to go finish what's left. She thought to herself and then, with a smile on her face, stepped out of the gathering room. She had felt it just a moment ago, someone had arrived. And once she confirmed who it was, a quiet wave of emotion rose in her heart. While the timing is right, let's go take a look. With that thought in mind, she slipped quietly outside, opened the door of Yue house, and breathed in the gentle evening wind of Baijiao, then let her gaze reach out toward the far end of the road. And there, at the end of the road, a fairy was slowly approaching. She stumbled slightly as she walked, and her expression still carried a trace of dazed uncertainty even now. Unbearably nervous. Chun didn't even know how she had made it this far on her own feet. She didn't even know what the first thing she should say would be when the moment came. She's back. The moment she had seen that figure on the street, and then later, when the news was confirmed, Chun had known it with absolute certainty, deep in her heart. And after that, she had also learned about the Sui family's gathering, though His Majesty's side had issued word that it wasn't her concern. Chun had come anyway, pulled by something she couldn't resist. Not out of any duty to society. Entirely of her own will. And yet, she didn't even know if she had the courage to face Jie. After all, what had been done was done by her own hands. Now, did she truly have the right to beg for forgiveness? And yet no matter what, she had to come, she must come. Even if the very instant she saw her she turned and fled in blind panic, she still had to come, she had to. Chun fell silent for a moment, the thought flashing through her mind. But still, she couldn't stop herself from halting in place. When no more than 10 paces stood between her and Yue house, fear and hesitation swept over her like a wave. She didn't know what to do next. Until, out of nowhere, a soft voice calling her name made Chun's eyes fly wide open. And in that instant, a feeling close to disbelief began to surge in her chest, a tide of emotion like a dam breaking. She snapped her head up, and there, in the moonlight before her, was the person with the gentle smile. And then she heard her say, "It's been a while." And at that, Chun could hold back the tears no longer. Even as they fell, she raised her face, forced her mouth to open, and let a smile bloom. It's been a while. Phew, that really was one long gathering. Some unknown number of hours later, aboard the Stygian vessel, Anthony opened his eyes while seated on the toilet, and couldn't help but murmur as much. Close call, I nearly called Shi Jia right there in front of Nian. Anthony thought to himself, feeling a giddy sort of pleasure, then shook his head a few times to let the excitement gradually settle, and his mind return to clarity. Had enough of a good time, time to get back to work. He gave a symbolic stretch where his soul sat on the toilet, then pulled up the monitoring feed to check in on the Lobby Corp branch aboard the Stygian vessel. Excellent, today's Atom Smasher and Musin were both hard at work generating surplus value as expected. In an instant, Anthony felt all the familiar groove of his working rhythm come flooding back. Days like this, now this felt like normal life, didn't it? And so, just as he was rising to check on this period's catch, he suddenly froze, and then saw the notification that had been pushed from the Stygian vessel's data center. New world coordinates and entry point detected in the primordial river. Verifying world coordinates. Verification complete, new world, Terraria, proceed to entry. Walnut-chan new history, Jujutsu x Miyaruko, oh no, am I a villain too? 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 90, Group Friends Terraria Grand Team Building, Himmel and Abigail's Flower, for K. 2,467 words. In that instant, as Anthony looked at the entry that had just appeared in his River Styx data center, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. It wasn't as though he'd forgotten where this thing had come from. Before he'd dealt with the year beast, he had set the River Styx to sail autonomously along the primordial river, searching for some lucky new continent to plunder, explore. And now, at last, the River Styx had found its destination. The only thing was that destination. Staring at the name Terraria, Anthony's expression became, for a moment, distinctly peculiar. Not that there was anything wrong with Terraria. If anything, this place was absolutely perfect. Anthony couldn't think of a single instance world better suited to his current needs. When it came right down to it, His connection to Terraria stretched all the way back to when the Grand Flame wordsmith had joined the group and gifted him that glass fishing rod from her sign in rewards, and now that he was finally about to step inside, there was something almost poetically fitting about it. And the moment his thoughts turned to the rewards waiting inside, Anthony could feel his heart starting to race. Just as he'd said before, what he was lacking right now wasn't points, it was materials. And materials. In Terraria, they were practically growing on trees. And more than a few of them were exactly what he needed most. Like for instance, the fishing rod required to advance the angler's abilities. Cause for universal celebration, the angler, who had gone so long without a single upgrade, was finally getting a chance to level up. And on top of that, the follow-up materials for his own toilet might very well be solvable within the world of Terraria too. The reason his expression had been so conflicted, though, was that Terraria was. The place had a certain underworld energy to it, to put it mildly. Setting aside all the grotesque and horrifying bosses, even the terrain itself, the crimson, the corruption, had lore stretching into multiverse-level territory, and the whole aesthetic was just deeply, fundamentally weird. Am I not weirder? Fair enough, never mind then. The moment he thought about how he had the primordial river at his back and the identity of the artificer in his hands, Anthony settled down at once. His mind made up, he issued a command to the river Styx. Prepare to enter Terraria. Request received. Looking at the river Styx's response, Anthony couldn't help the honest, uncomplicated smile that spread across his face. He opened the chat group. Lord of the Angler's Throne has shared world coordinates. Lord of the Angler's Throne, come on, sign-ups for the new World Pioneer instance. Grand Flame Wordsmith, Terraria. Is this also a Terra-type world? Warrior of Friaran's Fallen Era, what kind of place is this? Lord of the Angler's Throne, a prototype world based on a sandbox game. A bit dangerous overall, but the resources are incredibly rich. Lord of the Angler's Throne, barring any surprises, once we wrap up Terraria, everyone's resurrection progress should be able to advance a fair bit. Anthony did a quick internal calculation before posting that guarantee. The most certain gain was his own angler. And along the angler's upgrade path, Anthony had already spotted quite a few things that could assist with everyone's resurrections. Pushing progress forward was essentially guaranteed. And beyond that, there were several things in Terraria that Anthony had his own theories about, materials he needed to collect on this trip. AAA City Ghost, so then, what needs to be done? Lord of the Angler's Throne, strip the place bare, obviously. Scrape every last scrap of land and haul it back. If I don't squeeze every drop of value out of this place, my conscience will keep me up at night. AAA City Ghost. You still have something like a conscience. Lord of the Angler's Throne, ouch, brutal. So you in or not? AAA City Ghost, count me in. Lord of the Angler's Throne, done. So then, Interdimensional Dead Chat Group Team Building Event, Volume 2. Anyone else signing up? Strictest Father of the Demon King. I've been so idle around here lately I'm practically going stir-crazy. Bring me along. Founder of the Golden Spirit, it's not quite time to head to Italy yet, so I might as well join in. Warrior of Friaran's Fallen Era, can a soul come along? Lord of the Angler's Throne, no problem at all, and don't you still have that radio of yours? Warrior of Friaran's Fallen Era, please, let's not bring up that radio thing ever again. Even now, Friaran still hasn't recognized that the radio is me. Do you have any idea how to fix that? Lord of the Angler's Throne, ahem. At Grand Flame Wordsmith, what do you say, is our senior coming along? Grand Flame Wordsmith, let me think. Lord of the Angler's Throne, the folks over at the Sway family just wrapped up too, so how about we all come together and have a bit of fun over here? Lord of the Angler's Throne, all you need is the beacon we set up before, you can come through that way. Grand Flame Wordsmith, that sounds wonderful. I'll go let second brother and big brother know. Yellow Flash of Konoha, currently teaching Naruto how to do a Rasengan, I'm afraid I can't get away for now. Lord of the Angler's Throne, what about David? At Let Night City Burn you coming? Let Night City Burn, don't we need to keep electroshocking Musin and Atom Smasher? Lord of the Angler's Throne, let Angela handle that herself, I trust she's used to the job by now. Watching David, the cyberpunk world's chosen 007 grind warrior, showing such admirable dedication to his post, even a certain unnamed capitalist felt a twinge of something almost like embarrassment, and typed out, Lord of the Angler's Throne. Oh, and make sure to send Yurichi the video of Musin getting electrocuted. Strictest father of the Demon King, please, I am begging you to send it to me as well. Let Night City Burn, understood. Lord of the Angler's Throne, oh right, you can bring Lucy along too, the more the merrier. AAA City Ghost, so that means, aside from Mr. Namikaze Minato, everyone's accounted for. It really has been a while. AAA City Ghost, alright then, at Lord of the Angler's Throne, give us a rough plan. Lord of the Angler's Throne, the plan is pretty simple. The main objective of this team-building trip is to acquire materials from Terraria, and to do that, taking down bosses is non-negotiable. At a bare minimum, we need to defeat the Wall of Flesh. Having thought through the materials he needed and his targets, Anthony spoke up immediately, Lord of the Angler's Throne. Beyond that, most of you will probably be spending this team-building trip down in the mines. The life crystals and life fruits in the caves are essential as well. AAA City Ghost, a team-building trip to the mines. How very enriching. If you ask me, a certain capitalist really ought to be strung up from a lamppost. Lord of the Angler's Throne, ahem, what kind of language is that, so unpleasant to hear? Lord of the Angler's Throne, as for everything else, feel free to do whatever you like, there's not much in the way of restrictions. Lord of the Angler's Throne, think of it as a rare vacation. I'll cover the points needed to manifest the reanimation jutsu souls in physical form. Lord of the Angler's Throne, once I've got things sorted on my end, everyone can teleport directly onto the river Styx using the coordinates. With that last string of messages sent, Anthony finally closed the chat interface, then let out a quiet breath, and closed his eyes. In that instant, the power of his soul surged forth from his body, slowly enveloping the river Styx, and then the points began dropping rapidly, until the vessel's engines let out a tremendous roar. In that moment, the phase transfer engine shrieked and blazed with a brilliant white light. And in an instant, the scene before Anthony's eyes shifted completely. The vibrant, kaleidoscopic primordial river vanished, replaced by an infinity of white light specks drifting through the void, until, several minutes later, everything around him suddenly blazed bright again, and a notification chimed from the river Styx. Destination confirmed. Phase transition in progress. World barrier successfully breached, safely infiltrating. Forge Heart a river Styx has successfully landed at coordinate world Terraria. Bon voyage. And so in that moment, Anthony sat up from his toilet, gazed into the distance, and took in the sunflowers and towering oak trees surrounding him. Then he looked even further out, and right there at the edge of his vision, blocking the path, was a stretch of crimson terrain. His eye twitched. This ridiculous. The crimson was that close. Were they really just going to let him play the game in peace or not? What's done is done. First things first, call everyone over. David and Lucy are already on the river Styx, at least. Anthony murmured to himself as he sent individual messages in the group to each of the team-building participants, then stood where he was, maintaining the phase transfer engine while he slowly waited for everyone to arrive. Once the head count was full, they could start prepping for the mining runs and the boss fights. It's not like anyone here was rolling in as a blank slate character. Who had time to sit around slowly farming for gear? After sending all the messages, Anthony looked up and spotted David emerging in the distance from the Braincell Corporation's surveillance room, and gave him a wave. And then, behind David, he caught sight of Lucy following along. Both of them had come out of the surveillance room. And so the next moment, David saw the expression on Anthony's face, that enigmatic, half-amused smile, and found himself at a complete loss for words. After a long silence, he sighed and walked over. Anthony, it isn't what you're thinking, no, I mean, it's fine, really. Anthony clapped David on the shoulder and said with pointed meaningfulness, Terraria is a remarkably free world. You can even build your very own house here. I haven't started exploring this world yet, so there's a lot about its rules I'm still uncertain about, but barring any surprises, you two should be able to build a home of your own here. If you're not opposed to the idea, you can give it a try later, and after that, what you and Lucy do inside is absolutely none of my business. The corner of David's eye seemed to flicker ever so slightly. He was clearly somewhat moved by the idea, though he was still doing his best to keep that feeling hidden. So he lowered his head, then, as though noticing something all of a sudden, looked up again and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Mr. Anthony, what's that thing on the ground? It looks pretty nice, actually. The ground? Oh, that thing. Anthony looked down, and there on the ground was a small orange-red flower. Understanding washed over him at once. That's Abigail's flower. It counts as a kind of weapon, I suppose. Didn't expect to see one of these here. Abigail's flower. Why is this here? And only then, belatedly, did Anthony feel a creeping sense of bewilderment. He looked down, turning the sight of Abigail's flower over and over in his mind. Wasn't this thing supposed to only grow in graveyard environments where a lot of people had died? What did this place have to do with a graveyard? I'm a dead person. In that moment, staring at Abigail's flower on the ground, Anthony went silent. It felt, somehow, as though the flower was mocking him. So he crouched down and ripped it out of the ground. Before he'd even had a chance to check Abigail's flower's effects, though, Anthony saw the phase transfer engine on the river Styx light up. And then, from within the transfer engine, a soul came flying out, or rather, a radio. And from that radio, Anthony heard the familiar voice of Himmel. Whoa, so this is Terraria. It doesn't look all that different from back home. Oh, Anthony, there you are. With Anthony providing a small contribution of points, Himmel steered the radio over to Anthony's position and called out a cheerful greeting. Then, the moment he'd floated up close, his perspective dipped downward, and his gaze landed on a flower on the ground. He asked with great interest, "This flower is quite pretty. Does it grow here naturally?" As he spoke, Himmel used the radio to nudge another Abigail's flower upright, and then, with the telekinesis effect granted by a few points, balanced the thing on top of the radio, right there under Anthony's deeply strange stare. Maybe I can give it to Friaren someday, she might like it. Oh, by the way, Anthony, does this flower have any meaning behind it? Looking at Himmel's curious expression, Anthony stayed silent for quite a while. Finally, he spoke. That thing, that's a flower that grows beside dead people. Congratulations, Himmel. You are now an officially certified dead man's radio. For a moment, staring at the Abigail's flower sitting on top of the radio, even Himmel couldn't help falling silent. After a good long pause, he steeled himself, plucked the flower off, and tossed it back onto the ground. Then, with perfect composure, buried it lightly, and only then looked back at Anthony and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll just head outside and have a look around." "Hold on a second, Himmel." Before the radio could float away, Anthony called out to him with a meaningful tone, then looked at Himmel and said, "You've come all this way, aren't you going to get some work done before you go?" In an instant, the Himmelbrand radio spun sharply toward Anthony. "What are you planning?" "I want you to know, I'm just a radio." "Don't worry," Anthony said, smiling pleasantly. "Even a radio has its uses, doesn't it?" Seek, Walnut-chan New History, Jujutsu X Miyaruko. Oh no, am I a villain too? Let's hit these goals. 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 91, Showa, Little 13 was thoughtful, prepared a boss for me to fight right upon arrival. 4161 words. About 3 minutes later. Deep within the river Styx's cabin, in a hidden corner where no radio wave could ever find its way. When Musin and Atom Smasher finally lifted their heads from the by now rather numbing grind of ox-and-horse labor, what they heard was an old song from the last century. "Oh, young man." Listening to the bizarre sound drifting down from the radio above them, both Musin and Atom Smasher fell into a shared silence, each privately wondering what in the world this was supposed to be now. And then, they were judged to be slacking off and promptly electrocuted. So numb as ever, they began another round of work. The music played on for some indeterminate length of time, until Himmel, who had been sitting in the monitoring room with the music running in the background, turned around, face half asleep, and asked Anthony, "Do I really have to keep going?" "Keep going," Anthony said, lips curling. "A little stimulation is good for them." Then, noticing that Himmel's soul had materialized and was now directing a look of profound, deeply wounded resentment straight at him, Anthony cleared his throat twice. "Looks like someone just arrived. I'll go take a look, you keep at it. You've got this." With a parting word of encouragement delivered, Anthony considered his daily quota of insufferable behavior satisfactorily met, and took his leave. But the moment he stepped back onto the River Styx's deck, Anthony's good mood evaporated into a cloud of worry. The truth was, the current state of the Lobotomy Corporation branch aboard the River Styx was, to put it charitably, not great. On one hand, the headcount was too low, and efficiency had been suffering as a result. On the other hand, the quality of the employees themselves had also started to slip. Whether it was from being worked too hard or shocked too many times, the two of them had simply gone numb. Just recently, Anthony had made a rather alarming discovery. His two toilet-bound employees, Musin and Atom Smasher, had nearly lost all emotional response. The routine had become, drift through the workday in a daze, get electrocuted, snap back to clarity briefly, continue working, then drift back into the daze again. They were getting shocked stupid. If this kept up, they were going to end up with genuine cognitive damage. The problem was that lobotomy corporations and cephalin extraction required employees to experience intense emotions. In their current state, Anthony didn't even want to calculate how many points he was hemorrhaging. Watching his employees' productivity crater, Anthony felt the sting of it deep in his soul, and silently made himself a solemn promise, "Just you wait. I will help you find your feelings again." That, too, was one of the reasons he'd come along on this Terraria trip. Of course, the right moment and method would still need to be found. Anthony let his soul radiate outward, scanning the surroundings. He spotted David and Lucy already out collecting resources and building a house together, so he left them to it. Then, his gaze shifted to the phase transfer engine, which had just begun to glow. A moment later, a man stepped out from within the engine. Anthony raised a hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Jonathan." Jonathan returned the greeting, then immediately asked, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Depends on what you're in the mood for. If you're itching for a fight, you could go out with Yorichi later and hunt some monsters." Anthony mulled it over, running through his mental checklist of needs, and just then, the phase transfer engine lit up again. "I thought I heard someone talking about me." Young Yorichi Tsujikuni stepped out, smiling softly as he looked between the two of them. Anthony saw his chance and immediately pointed them both in a direction. "See that stretch of crimson terrain over there? And when you come back from your little rampage, don't forget to bring the materials. Once we've got them, we can craft the summoning items, and you can go back to rampaging all over again." Honestly, Anthony had zero interest in slowly grinding out resources and playing the long development game. With a lineup like theirs, were they really going to do this the vanilla way, painstakingly chipping through cave after cave, fighting off invasions, carefully preparing arenas for each boss, and then barely scraping through by the skin of their teeth? Put simply, Terraria post-Wall of Flesh, or a run where Anthony was severely undermanned. Sure, he'd show some respect. But pre-Wall of Flesh? I thought that was a speed bump. The plan was simple: Jotaro hits time stop, grabs a burst of damage, then David and Yorichi wade in with their gear and finish the job. And if even that wasn't enough, wasn't that what backup was for? Anthony had already mentally drafted his contingency. If things went sideways, Grand Flame Wordsmith pins things down, Carmen activates her external assists, and he leads the charge. So, after watching Yorichi drag an enthusiastic Jotaro off toward the Crimson with barely contained excitement, Anthony finally pulled his attention back. Then, looking at the phase transfer engine, he caught sight of a figure materializing within it, a silhouette carrying a distinct air of grievance, and an awkward smile crept onto his face. "Give me back my daughter." The moment the city ghost spotted Anthony, that was the very first thing out of her mouth. "You said you want to work." "I said give me back my daughter." "Noted, noted, your eagerness to contribute has been duly received." Anthony's face didn't so much as twitch. The awkwardness evaporated almost instantly, and he launched into rapid-fire speech. "Angela is downstairs at the Lobotomy Corporation branch right now supervising the workers. If you want to go help out, I have no objections, it's just that it would be a waste of production capacity." Looking at this man who wore a human face while acting like anything but Carmen gave up entirely. After glaring at him for a good while, she finally let out a long sigh. "Talking to you is pointless anyway." "Then let's not talk about that. How are things developing at Lobotomy Corporation lately? You actually have time to come visit?" Anthony asked with genuine curiosity. Carmen glanced at him and sighed. "Your last visit accelerated a lot of things. The situation is considerably better than before. Benjamin has already begun preparing for the smoke war to defect and bring down the old nest. Ein has mentally prepared himself as well. We also have Callie on our side, handling the war isn't going to be a problem." Carmen said, her tone even. "Once the war is over, all that's left is launching the seed of light. So it's just a matter of grinding it out to the finish line, right?" Anthony understood immediately. He asked to confirm, and when Carmen nodded, he thought for a moment before speaking. "All right then, once the war wraps up, call me when it gets to the critical juncture. I'll see if there's anything I can do. You look to me like someone who just wants to come collect the rewards." Carmen turned to look at him, the corner of her eye giving a slight twitch. But after a long pause, she exhaled and said, "I'll call you when the time comes." "And what about right now? Is there anything you need me for? If not, I'll go see Angela first." Carmen finished and spread her hands open as she asked. Actually, there is something." After thinking it over carefully, Anthony said, "Your ability is probably the most convenient for this. Even without a physical body, I'd like to ask you to make a trip to the edge of the world. The edge of this world is 2 oceans. One of them has a fisherman on it. Just go wake him up. Once you've brought him back, there'll be a next step to deal with." Carmen nodded in understanding, and her soul slowly drifted away into the distance. Anthony waited by the engine for a while longer, but there was still no sign of anyone else arriving. So he simply opened the group chat again. "Lord of the Angler's Throne at Grand Flame Wordsmith, Sr., you still not here yet?" "Grand Flame Wordsmith, hold on, just finished convincing second brother and big brother. Now we can't find she, and Nien is still looking for her." "Lord of the Angler's Throne, how many people are you bringing exactly?" "Grand Flame Wordsmith, Since we're already coming, shouldn't we just bring everyone?" "Lord of the Angler's Throne, well. I mean, that's not wrong. Lord of the Angler's Throne, all right, do your best, let me know when you arrive." Reading the Grand Flame Wordsmith's messages, Anthony's lips gave a small, involuntary pull. He quietly closed the group chat panel. Then, finding that everyone else was still busy, he decided to get to work himself. There were 2 main things he needed to take care of. First, housing. Second, tools for resource collection. The housing was straightforward enough. Anthony cranked the origin furnace up to full capacity, and across the deck of the River Styx, rows of structures rose from the ground in an instant. Of course, calling them houses was generous. Cells would have been the more accurate term. They were bare to the bone. A few walls, a chair, a table, 1 torch jammed in for light, that was the whole package. The rooms were so cramped they could move a salaryman to tears. But Anthony felt he'd been more than fair. These were crafted with artificer technology, after all. In terms of materials alone, they were already several dimensions above your average prison cell. You've got a roof over your head, Anthony mentally advised the NPCs to stop being so picky. So, while waiting for the assorted NPCs, fishermen included, to move in, Anthony got started on the preliminary preparations for large-scale resource extraction aboard the River Styx. Not all that different from before, really. If anything, it was more of an upgraded version of the original approach. Namely, a bigger bomb. Anthony's assessment was that Lachemius's roar already had plenty of destructive elegance. All he needed to do was scale up the yield a little. Just a little. Just the tiniest bit. And so, as a certain artificer put his mind to blowing a spectacular hole in the world of Terraria, a superbomb began, slowly, to take shape. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, building here is almost embarrassingly easy. It really is just like a game. David murmured softly, looking at the house that had taken shape before him. Lucy stood at his side, one hand on her hip, nodding in agreement. Back in the real world, something like this would have been unthinkable. A little over an hour, and a full cottage was just sitting there in front of them. And built by two people who knew absolutely nothing about construction. The fact that this structure, which had not a single load-bearing beam inside it, had somehow managed not to collapse was already borderline miraculous. Never heard of her. They hadn't seen anything this strange even out on the primordial river. Not that Anthony would have batted an eye, he'd have just called it normal, and told them not to worry about it. It hadn't taken long after arriving here for Anthony to notice that Terraria, perhaps because of its fundamentally non-narrative nature, had retained an enormous number of its special rules. What that meant in practice was that every mechanic and system from the original game world had been preserved in full. Forget gravity, that was already a perennial thorn in Newton's side at the best of times. In Terraria, Anthony was fairly certain conservation of matter didn't exist either, and the entire edifice of physics had long since crumbled to rubble with no survivors. You know what that means? Shimmer decomposition, alchemy tables, infinite potions. That kind of reality-defying nonsense. Oh wait, that was patched out in the new update. Never mind then. But that didn't change the fact that the current world of Terraria operated entirely without any real-world physical laws beyond those defined by the game itself. And because of that, David had simply used the axe module of his artificer body to chop down a few trees, thrown together a workbench, and produced an assortment of furniture. Then, after a little trial and error, plus a quick peek into the adjacent cave, David had put together the modest little nest now standing before them. It wasn't exactly cozy, but it had windows, a table and chairs, walls, a few torches stuck in, and was almost entirely wood. For David and Lucy, that was more than enough. Let's go inside, David said softly. Lucy blinked, then nodded and stepped into the room. Inside the freshly built little room, everything was neatly arranged. David knew they wouldn't be staying long, but even so, a quiet warmth settled over him. After all, he'd built this place with his own hands. He closed his eyes. He could almost feel the breeze drifting in from the doorway. Then, without meaning to, he let out a long, slow breath. He felt free. Truly, completely free, the kind of freedom he hadn't known since leaving Night City. There wasn't a single moment, not one, in which David felt more clearly than right now that he had left Night City behind for good, that he had accomplished what he set out to do, and stepped into something new. Lucy, meanwhile, had stretched out on the bed, and was staring up at the ceiling of the little house. After a thoughtful pause, she murmured, "We're really free, aren't we?" So David opened his eyes, and their gazes met. They looked at each other for a long, quiet moment, just like they had so many times before. Then David slowly crossed the room. The boy came to the girl's side. The girl shifted on the bed, making space beside her, and the boy lay down next to her with an expression of someone who wasn't entirely sure what his hands were supposed to do. The blanket was bunched up at the foot of the bed. They lay back to back, but then, all of a sudden, David heard a soft rustling beside him. He turned over, and found himself looking straight into Lucy's eyes. They were close enough to hear each other breathe, to feel the gentle warmth of each other's exhales against their chests. Lucy spoke softly, her voice low. David's eyes dropped slightly. "Yeah, I'm here. When you were gone, I was alone, and I almost didn't know how to keep going." Lucy said it quietly, a complicated emotion crossing her face, something impossible to put into words. Finally, she nestled softly against David's shoulder, and breathed the rest into his ear. The warmth of her breath, like the scent of orchids, stirred something in David's chest, just like it always had. But this time, Night City was gone. The neon lights that had pressed down on them from outside every window, they were gone too. "Thank goodness you came back. Sometimes I honestly feel like this is all just a dream," Lucy whispered. David said nothing, and for a moment he looked like he had absolutely no idea what to do with himself. Then Lucy broke into a smile. "Good thing I know now, this has nothing to do with dreams. David, I'm happy. So please, please don't ever leave again." Lucy said it, and pressed a soft kiss to the curve of David's neck. David gave a quiet nod. "Whatever comes, nothing will separate us again." So Lucy kissed his neck once more, then wrapped both arms around it and met his eyes again, and the smile that spread across her face was brilliant. The girl asked, "Want to?" David understood perfectly. He reached out, both hands settling gently on Lucy. And just like that, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, everything began. Just as David was about to sit up and start dealing with both of their clothing, however, things went sideways. He didn't even have time to move. Because from the front door came a sound, the creak of it swinging open, and David's heart lurched into his throat. Wait, this world's doors don't have locks. Before he could process that thought, David watched a merchant walk in through the doorway. Lucy, still fully clothed, sat up and looked at the old man shuffling inside, taking in the room with leisurely curiosity. For a moment, she wore the expression of someone whose brain had completely failed to boot up. "What is happening? Now this is a fine little house," the white-haired, gray-bearded merchant remarked with genuine appreciation. "Haven't seen someone build me such a nice place in ages. I'm very pleased with this. If you'd like to buy anything, I can offer you a discount." "Oh right, would you be interested in a piggy bank, or perhaps a bug net? I also carry anvils and the like." The merchant turned and addressed David with complete professional seriousness. Lucy looked back at David, her eyes asking, "Who is this person?" David's eyes replied, "I have absolutely no idea." "Old man, who the hell are you? Do you know you just broke into someone's home? And why does this place count as yours?" Just as both of them sat there in baffled stupefaction, the door opened again, and Anthony's avatar, in his soul form, appeared in the doorway. He glanced at the merchant, one eyebrow rising. "So that's where he went. I saw the merchant had moved in according to the River Styx data center, but couldn't find him anywhere. He'd wandered over here." Anthony looked around at the interior decorating, and let out a small, impressed sound. "Nice house you built. Don't build another one. Every NPC is trying to move in here instead, and none of them want the cells. I can't keep chasing them away." He waved a hand at the merchant and pulled up the River Styx's data terminal, reassigning the merchant's residence to one of the freshly constructed cells. "Did my home change location?" The merchant blinked, then accepted this with a cheerful nod and followed Anthony out of the house, even thoughtfully pulling the door shut behind him. David and Lucy looked at each other, both hesitating. "They're gone?" Lucy asked. "Should be," David replied, not entirely certain. He looked back at Lucy, confirmed she still had the same idea, and then ventured, "So will they come back in?" "Probably not. Do we keep going?" Lucy, sitting on the bed, put the question to David. David hesitated for a while, and ultimately nodded, settling back down beside her. So they worked on trying to rebuild the atmosphere that had been so thoroughly dismantled, whittling away at it there by the headboard for quite some time, and it seemed like, perhaps, the moment was finally arriving again. David reached out once more, his hand moving toward Lucy's collar. And then, immediately, the sound of the front door opening reached them again, preceded by the uniquely infuriating voice of a small and obnoxious stranger. "Is this my new house? And do I get 2 servants?" David. Looking at the person walking in through the door, dressed like a fisherman, David's fist quietly clenched. It was hard. Because it had been soft. So his fist was hard. Where the hell did this fisherman even come from? David shot to his feet, and before he could get a single word out, Anthony reappeared in the doorway, this time wearing the expression of a man who had given up. Oh, for the angler's brain-dead little self wandered over here too. "I'm taking him. Look, you two should just take the torches down in here. I can't keep making the trip to chase people out." He waved a hand, shoved the angler into a custom cell, blasted him out with a pulse of soul energy, and on his way out offered David this parting suggestion. David's eye gave a sustained twitch. He watched Anthony leave, then turned to look at Lucy's equally defeated expression. The sky outside had slowly gone dark. David stared out at it for a long moment, then finally asked, "Still want to?" Lucy's face showed visible signs of internal conflict. "The vibe is completely gone." They sat in silence. David steeled himself, preparing to open his mouth and try one more time, and at that exact moment, Anthony shoved the door open and walked straight in. "Oh right, almost forgot, timing's about right. Come on, get yourselves ready and head up to the river Styx. We're going to fight a boss." Then Anthony, to his considerable confusion, watched as David's face broke into a smile of pure, unguarded relief. He'd completely given up. And that relief was contagious. It spread immediately to Lucy's face, which left Anthony feeling like the situation had become distinctly, inexplicably strange. "Yes, sir. I'll be right there." And so, with all the energy of a man whose burden had been lifted, David took Lucy's hand, and they walked out of the little house together, leaving Anthony standing alone inside it, thoroughly bewildered. But after a moment, he let the thought go and made his way back to the river Styx. "Everyone ready?" Aboard the river Styx, Anthony looked out at the assembled crew, all of them having wrapped up their respective tasks and returned, and asked, looking down at the suspicious-looking eyeball in his hand. Jonathan and Eureka's efficiency had been impressive. They hadn't taken long to bring back what was needed. And now, with night having fallen, it was time to try out the first boss. As it happened, Anthony had a specific need for this particular boss, the Eye of Cthulhu. The crimtane or it dropped was one of the key materials for crafting a fishing rod. Anthony already had the basic wooden rod, and the next tier prepared. This one was the last piece. He raised his head, saw the assembled crew give their nods, and slowly let out a breath. With the power of his soul, he lifted the suspicious-looking eye high above him. In the next instant, a sharp, piercing shriek split the air, and the sky seemed to flush crimson in a single heartbeat. Then, across the river Styx's data center, strings of characters flickered past in rapid succession, and finally, they coalesced into a single vivid line of purple text. "The Eye of Cthulhu has awoken." The moment those words appeared, the world manifested behind Jonathan, golden gears interlocking with a deep, resonant grind, Zawarudo. And within the meshing of those gears, time across the world slowly stopped. But in the split second before time froze completely, Anthony's gaze caught something, the phase transfer engine. Had it just flickered with a faint glow? For a moment, inside the stillness of stopped time, Anthony's thoughts ground to a halt. Wait, hold on. Did Senior come through just now? Which means that also means. 5 seconds later, time stop ended. And from within the phase transfer engine, a Grandmaster stepped out. He first spotted Anthony, then tilted his head up, and saw the monstrous eyeball wheeling through the sky above them. For a moment, one eyebrow arched upward. "That thing doesn't look half bad," Chonghua said softly, his voice carrying a note of interest and curiosity. Then, in a single flash, he crossed the distance between them. Coming to stand beside Anthony, he clapped him on the shoulder and spoke with barely concealed excitement, "Little 13, not bad. Fresh through the door and there's already something that looks like a decent fight." Anthony stared up at him, dumbfounded, and then noticed that something was distinctly, unmistakably wrong. "Wait, what the?" He stared at Chongyue's eyes in open shock, and realized those pupils were gold. "Holy shua. Went more. Walnut-chan knew history, jujitsu x Miyaruko, oh no, am I a villain too? Let's reach these milestones together. 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 92, Himmel's Resurrection Conditions, Musen's Tragedy, Hell Express, 6K, 3,986 words. The next moment, as Anthony caught sight of Chongyue emerging from behind, with Jie hauling along a clearly reluctant Wang, he immediately jogged over. "Hang on, Jie, what exactly is going on here?" Anthony jabbed a finger at Chongyue, who was walking ahead of them, and asked in bewildered confusion. If it weren't for the familiar atmosphere, and the fact that the Lord of the Styx's perception of auras was rarely wrong, Anthony might genuinely have suspected that Shua had been shaken loose again. But the problem was, he knew perfectly well what Chongyue's situation was, and besides, he hadn't asked Carmen to activate any personality overlay. And yet here they were. Those golden eyes, there was simply no mistaking them. Jie turned to glance at Chongyue, seemed to think it over for a moment, then looked back at Anthony with a puzzled expression, as though she genuinely couldn't tell which part of this he was asking about. And Wang, standing just behind Anthony, finally shed that reluctant look he'd been wearing. He let out a sigh and spoke, "You can think of it simply as, he broke through. That's something you can just break through." Anthony turned around with a face full of confusion, only to find Wang wearing an expression of profound, inexpressible exasperation, and casting Anthony a particularly withering sidelong look. "You've got some nerve asking that. Take a good look at what you did first." Honestly, Wang's assessment was that Chongyue himself could shoulder maybe 30% of the blame for this situation. The remaining 70%. That was Anthony's fault, full stop. And so, under Wang's painstaking, step-by-step explanation, Anthony finally pieced together what had actually happened. And then stared in sheer amazement at the realization that it genuinely was a breakthrough. And that it genuinely did have something to do with him. In short, the core of it came down to the personality overlay that Carmen had applied to Chongyue during the battle with the Year Beast. In a certain sense, that was a realm even Chongyue himself had never touched. And so, after briefly tasting that experience as a trial run, Chongyue had naturally broken through to it. As for the golden eyes, that was tied to how Anthony had handled the Year Beast's body afterward. The artificer's materials were just too pure. Layered on top of Petra's black tech, combined with a near-unlimited energy supply, Anthony had even synchronized the Year Beast's body to some degree with the Styx's soul vessel on the primordial river, and the result was something downright uncanny. Strictly speaking, the Year Beast's body had been isolated at the level of its very existence. As in, even if you poured every last ounce of effort into actively reaching out to it, you still couldn't connect. Anthony had even wondered at one point whether Prezes herself might be powerless to do so. And so, in that environment, Chongyue had a sudden flash of inspiration and decided to try something. Drawing on the understanding he'd gained from the earlier personality overlay, combined with his existing knowledge of his own authority, and with just a small touch of Originium's subtle properties added in. Even incorporating a brief observation of the artificer's power. And then, like a witch brewing an elixir, he had somehow distilled a thoroughly mysterious result. With a mortal body, through the path of martial cultivation, he had reclaimed a measure of his own authority. And his eyes had turned gold once more. By the time Wang finished that whole chain of explanation, Anthony felt like his brain was smoking. "So what you're saying is, Big Brother in that state still only counts as a mortal?" Anthony asked Wang in utter bewilderment. Wang responded with a slow, deliberate nod. "I know you're surprised. Don't be, believe me, I was surprised too." In fact, the moment Wang had discovered this, his psychological defenses had very nearly shattered on the spot. Did Anthony have any idea what it felt like to open his eyes in that ancient temple, all set to play a game of chess, only to suddenly find a golden-eyed elder brother materializing in his field of vision, and asking if he wanted to go spar outside? Wang had nearly convinced himself the seal had cracked, and the year beast had possessed Chongyue's body to come settle the score. He'd barely stopped himself from snatching a chessboard and swinging it at Chongyue's face. Oh right. He had actually done that. And Chongyue had slapped it right back at him. Anthony was only now getting his fright. Wang had had his ages ago. All one could say was, what a life. And so, looking at Wang's thoroughly put-upon expression, Anthony suddenly understood completely. Understandable. This really was something to be put upon about. No mystery there at all. By the way, second brother, doesn't this mean your standing in the family has dropped even further? Anthony thought it over for a moment, then asked with a look of genuine, brotherly concern. Wang's eye twitched. He fixed Anthony with a long stare. My standing in the family is low, and you're telling me you have no idea whatsoever how that happened. If you would stop causing chaos, I imagine my standing might actually go up a little. Finally, with a sigh, Wang delivered that verdict to Anthony in a tone that brooked no argument. Ahem, we can revisit that later, let's come back to it later. Anthony cleared his throat twice, and then, all of a sudden, felt something like a faint drizzle of blood raining down from the sky. He blinked in mild surprise, tilted his head back, and looked up. Up there, Chongyue was drifting slowly down to earth, and the Eye of Cthulhu, which had at some point ceased to exist as anything coherent, had been reduced to nothing but shredded chunks of meat, and had vanished utterly without a trace. Now that was a magnificent victory. Chongyue, who had dismembered the Eye of Cthulhu in an instant and seemed almost unsatisfied with how quickly it was over, remarked as he landed. He turned his head toward Anthony and called out, 13th, are there any more opponents? I'd assumed this trip was simply to accompany family on a bit of relaxation, but it seems there are still quite a few fresh things here after all. Chongyue was, by the looks of it, genuinely fond of these novel encounters. Anthony quietly turned his head, and looked over at Yurichi Tsujikuni, Jonathan Joestar, and David, all three of whom had freeloaded their way through the boss fights during the open beta, and after a moment's thought, gave them each a gentle pat on the shoulder. The bosses going forward, I'll leave those to you. Anthony said it with a smile. The way things are looking now, our boss speedrun plan can be adjusted just slightly. Big Brother was already fully kitted out and practically ascending. If Anthony still hesitated now, that was entirely on him. And so in that instant, Anthony locked in the revised battle strategy at light speed. Nothing else needed to be said. Let Big Brother blaze through everything pre-wall of flesh in one shot. Since Big Brother clearly seemed to be enjoying these fresh bosses, might as well let him fight to his heart's content. The Slime King was a side zone, not worth bothering with, didn't matter either way. He handed Lacamius's roar to David, told him to head into the Crimson Biome, and destroy the 3 Crimson Hearts, and just bring Chongyue along. Then he got the dungeon coordinates from Carmen, who had already combed through the entire world of Terraria, had naturally already noted this down. Once Big Brother finished off Skeletron, he could swing by the dungeon and mow through whatever was inside. Anthony was planning to use that window to have Big Brother help gather some materials too. After Big Brother ran through the jungle and casually elbowed the Queen Bee to death on the side, they could start gearing up to head to the underworld and take on the Wall of Flesh. Once the golden fishing rod was in hand, the most urgent item on Anthony's agenda for this trip would be taken care of. Having swiftly scheduled the execution of the next several bosses, Anthony waved the expedition team off without a second thought, making sure they also took Radio Himmel along with them, then turned around, and saw everyone else stepping out of the phase shift transport engine. So this is what you meant by that other world. Nian gazed around at her surroundings with obvious curiosity, then turned to Anthony. It looks like quite an interesting place. So then, why did you call us over? If there's nothing urgent, how about we make a film? I've just had a fresh spark of inspiration now that I'm actually here. A camera appeared in Nian's hand from seemingly nowhere. She smiled and posed the question to Anthony. Anthony's eyelid gave a single twitch. And in that instant, he immediately locked in his next decision. The others might be fine, but Nian, along with G and E, really could not be left idle. Oh, and Wang too. Definitely not Wang. Wang felt, for no reason he could name, a sudden inexplicable tightening in his chest, as though someone somewhere had just thought of him. Nianjia, let's hold off on the film for now. Anthony raised a hand, cutting off a visibly eager Nian. Let's get to work first. What kind of work? Nian shook her head with what seemed like mild dissatisfaction. Anthony's face broke into a smile, and he turned to glance at G and E standing nearby. The kind of work where you get to blow something up. Something big. And so he turned to look at the finalized version of Lacamius's roar currently being forged aboard the Styx in overtime, and spoke up, Nianjia, interested in punching a hole through the world. The moment Anthony floated that idea, Nian was immediately hooked. She and E worked together to help Anthony refine the concept further, and in the process proposed quite a number of creative innovations. Because the moment you announce you want to blow something up, a cascade of questions follows naturally. How big should we blow it up? How do we blow it? How many times? How deep should it go? Should we add a bit of artistic flair? Fortunately, with everyone pitching in as a team, the project sailed through the planning phase without a hitch and shot into the execution stage at record speed. Nian also made a final remark that once this was all done, she was going to film it and save the footage as material for a future film. Anthony's position on this was, knock yourself out, just please don't shove me into the footage. And so the production of the final version of Lacamius's roar commenced. Meanwhile, the other former agents of Nian began entertaining themselves throughout the world of Terraria. All one could say was that the pre-wall of Flesh world was genuinely like a playground to these people. Absolutely zero pressure. David and Lucy, for their part, slipped back into work mode once more. Neither of them had returned yet to that cabin steeped in unpleasant memories. And so, watching the Terraria conquest steadily get back on track, and seeing the river Styx's hold begin to fill with all manner of Terraria-exclusive materials, Anthony stopped feeling rushed. All that was left were the ores and the life crystals and the like. As for those, once the explosive mining operation was underway, everything would sort itself out. No rush at all. And so, using the downtime while casually slacking off and assembling the bomb, Anthony went ahead and checked on the status of the Petra Corporation branch deep within the river Styx. Based on his own timetable, by now, there should be something to show for it, shouldn't there? And so, with that thought in mind, Anthony turned his gaze to the footage on the monitors. Deep within the river Styx. Inside the Petra Corporation. Musin clocked in with a glazed, vacant stare, and then, over the intercom, heard a containment cell number he'd never heard before. A number that caused something in that long-dormant heart of his to suddenly prickle with unease. Wait, a new number. Something was added here without warning. But in short order, Musin let it go, shuffled over to the designated containment cell. Forget it, stop overthinking. We're all just workers here. What's the point of tangling myself up in all this nonsense? I've already gone numb inside. No matter what twisted form of torture they come up with next, I honestly couldn't care less. And so he arrived at the door of the designated containment cell, verified his identity, and opened the door. Then, as he took in the scene on the other side, a flicker of genuine puzzlement rose in Musin's mind. Why is there a table in this room? And chairs? And a torch? Something felt off. Musin stared at the scene, his instincts screaming that things weren't quite right. But before he had a moment to think it through, a short, fisherman-looking figure leapt in front of him, scrutinized him up and down, and then bellowed at the top of his lungs, "So you're my new servant, are you? Humph, you look awfully scrawny. I hope you're not useless." In that instant, Musin stared blankly upward at the short little fisherman, registering the absolute chicken-scratch level of power emanating from him. And then the words actually landed. In an instant, Musin's fury erupted. He was Kibutsuji Musen, Lord of Demons, and though he'd endured prolonged mistreatment, when had he ever suffered humiliation of this kind? Especially from someone wearing that insufferably self-righteous expression, the absolute pinnacle of arrogant, pig-headed stupidity. And so Kibutsuji Musen, in his rage, raged. And then it was over. Because he got electrocuted again. After a long overdue jolt of genuinely painful electricity, Kibutsuji Musen collapsed to the floor, then, prodded back upright by the shock, staggered to his feet, and looked at the fisherman. "My servant, go into the jungle and bring me back a clownfish." The short fisherman mulled it over for a moment, then issued his command. Kibutsuji Musen's mind churned with rare, genuine turbulence, but the next moment, spurred on by the electric shock, he completed his assignment anyway, fuming with impotent rage. Or rather, accepted a brand new quest. He was still trying to figure out how one actually catches a fish when the intercom crackled to life again, directing Kibutsuji Musen to another location. And so he was led there, where Kibutsuji Musen was issued an upgraded fishing rod, and confronted by an enormous, bizarre array of fishing pools spanning every conceivable terrain. And finally, in a daze that looked very much like resignation, he made his way to the designated spot, and cast his line. From that day forward, filled to the brim with indignant fury, under the fisherman's command, Kibutsuji Musen's bleak and sunless fishing career had begun. On the other end, Anthony watched all of this and gave a thoroughly satisfied nod. Very spirited. This is exactly the kind of setup I wanted to see. Especially when he watched the fisherman instinctively try to follow the world's rules and go wandering out a random door, and promptly get zapped by the containment cell's door. Anthony smiled, and shut off the monitor with great contentment. Evil truly does have its own nemesis. He'd been genuinely worried about the morale situation with Musen and Atom Smasher, but now, with the fisherman as a fully automated hate generation machine, it seemed like things would keep ticking along nicely for quite some time. And on top of that, the materials the angler's upgrade required, the ones that had to come from the fisherman's quests, were now taken care of just like that. Anthony was certainly never going to run errands for the fisherman himself. He'd wanted to drown the guy in lava every time he played Terraria. There was absolutely no universe in which he'd do it this way. This arrangement was undeniably the best option available. As for efficiency, that was nothing to worry about either. Efficiency was the last thing they were lacking right now. Sure, there was the issue of the fisherman only accepting one quest per day, but this was a Terraria day. As mentioned before, this world had inherited essentially all of the game's mechanics aside from its 2D plane, and that included one particular consequence. Namely, time here still passed the same way as in the game. A full day elapsed in just over 20 minutes. In other words, every 20-odd minutes, Musen got to be tormented by the fisherman again. In the intervals, he'd even get to go handle 2 work shifts with all his pent-up emotional intensity, pumping out extra dopamine on the side. Productivity through the roof. And the fishing terrain issue was nothing to worry about either. Using the river Styx's unique structure, along with some terrain blocks Anthony had sourced, an all-biome fishing pool had been set up through the combined efforts of the Artificer and the Styx's power. If they actually hit something awkward like a cave that was genuinely hard to replicate, the worst case was waiting 20-odd minutes for the reset, nothing to be ashamed of. And so, with Musen's future arrangements wrapped up to his satisfaction, the finalized version of Lacamius's roar was completed aboard the Styx right on schedule. After exchanging a few brief words with Nien, Anthony noticed a message in the chat group with his name tagged. Curious, he opened it. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era, at Lord of the Angler's throne, all done. Chongyue fought straight through the dungeon, and on the way back he pulverized the brain of Cthulhu. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era, then he made a detour through the jungle on the way back. All the materials are completely sorted. We're on our way back now. Lord of the Angler's throne, good work, all of you. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era, forget that for now, I have a rather special discovery on my end. Lord of the Angler's throne, oh. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era, my resurrection condition has unlocked. Lord of the Angler's throne. That's sudden. What are the specifics? Is it complicated? Warrior of Friaran's fallen era. I found it pretty sudden too, but it should count as good news. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era. While we were on the road, I entered the underground jungle with Mr. Chongwe, and everyone spotted a heart-shaped crystal. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era. After we obtained it, it told me the item meets the conditions for my resurrection, and the resurrection conditions were revealed. Warrior of Friaran's fallen era. There's a long string of detailed notes, but to put it simply, it seems like sufficiently high-tier vitality is what's needed. Sufficiently high-tier vitality. Almost instantly, Anthony knew exactly where to get it. His mind shifted into high gear. You know what, you really couldn't make this up. If that was the condition, then honestly, elsewhere he couldn't say, but in Terraria specifically, that was the sort of thing you could trip over anywhere. Anthony glanced at the finalized Lacamius's roar already prepared at his side. One eyebrow arched slightly. He typed into the chat group, Lord of the Angler's Throne. If that's the case, then this just got a lot easier. Lord of the Angler's Throne, give me a little time. Once this Terraria run is wrapped up, I might be able to come to your side. Lord of the Angler's Throne, and then, it'll be time for your resurrection. Start getting ready to put your own affairs in order. After sending that long string of messages, Anthony took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Then let a brilliant, radiant smile spread across his face. What came next was a very simple little question. Now that the objective was clear, what should he do next? The answer was simple, blast the mines open. Anthony, finally experiencing the most direct and primal joy the artificer had to offer, turned to face Nian, and said quietly, Nianjia, time to fire. Their side is finished too, so let's start getting the final piece ready. Sure thing. Nian said, turning at Anthony's direction and swiftly releasing the safety on the River Styx's data center launch system. Then she pressed the launch button. As the countdown ran, Wang, who had ambled over out of sheer boredom, looked at Anthony with a flicker of genuine curiosity, and asked, Oh, by the way, what exactly does this thing do? Anthony turned to look at him, and then, with a smile, said quietly, simply put, think of it as a non-stop express train. And at the very moment the last syllable left his mouth, there was an explosion. Of a magnitude that defied all reasonable expectations. In that instant, Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, fixed on the spot some distance ahead, where a mushroom cloud, indistinguishable from a nuclear detonation, was rising slowly and majestically into the sky. And deep beneath Terraria, countless creatures opened their eyes. God said, Let there be light. And so the creatures beheld the light. Even amidst the pitch darkness of night, they beheld it, that blazing white radiance descending upon them like the end of all things. In the underground layer, in the cavern layer, countless monsters opened their eyes, and in that annihilation, were extinguished. There was no space to dodge, no direction to flee. As the beam of oblivion drove straight down, and began to till the earth below, countless ores, treasures, and life crystals were laid completely bare. And finally the beam reached hell itself, like a direct express line straight to the underworld. When that annihilating radiance arrived at the underworld, the very first underworld bat raised its head, and from atop countless layers of stone, it looked up and saw moonlight hanging high in the sky above, and beneath that moonlight, a single silhouette peering curiously downward. A gaze that crossed 10,000 miles, delivered with warmth to the fine folk of the underworld. Brimming with fervent enthusiasm and eager anticipation. The underworld. Free geothermal energy. What a place. The only thing this spot was missing was a developer to unlock its hidden potential, and that developer is me. Standing at the edge of the crater, gazing down into the underworld below, Anthony's face lit up with an expression of barely contained delight as those thoughts ran through his head. Then he stood up straight, faced the express line to hell stretching out before him, and let out a long, long breath. At last he turned around, smiled, and spoke softly, Well then. Shall we all take a little trip down to hell together? Now that all the preliminary work had been blazed through at record speed, what came next wasn't it about time they took on the wall of flesh? Walnut-chan, winky face. New history, Jujutsu x Miyaruko. Oh no, am I a villain too? Help smash these goals. 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone, Chapter 93. Himmel, revived, hee hee. I must get married, 8K, 5,329 words. The Hell Express, direct route, no stops, made its grand inaugural run today. And Anthony, all the while rapidly laying down walls with artificer technology, had already begun scooping up minerals in the pure, uncomplicated joy of a man who had struck it rich. We're rich. We're actually rich. This time it's the real deal. He gazed at the steadily growing, wonderfully chaotic heap of ores and miscellaneous items piling up in the river Styx's cargo hold, and that thought blazed through his mind without apology. To put it plainly, after one blast of Lacamius's roar that had very nearly flipped Terraria inside out and upside down, Anthony had solved his resource problem. If anything, there wasn't much left that could have stayed politely hidden under bombardment of that caliber. This was the effect that Artificer Technologies' dedicated resource acquisition systems could produce. Through the abilities of the River Styx and Soul Attachment, Anthony had effortlessly swept a mountain of materials into his possession. He did a quick inventory. Come to think of it, the luck on that last explosion had been genuinely good. Right now, he'd already found a full 20-odd life crystals. He wasn't sure yet how many Himmel would end up needing, so he set 15 aside as a buffer. As for the rest, he swallowed them all himself. The so-called vitality granted by the life crystals, once applied to his own body, turned out to be functionally identical to soul strength. Each crystal granted Anthony a clean bonus of 0.5 soul strength. Unfortunately, after 10 crystals, the system flatly refused to let him continue. So, with no small reluctance, he sealed the remaining life crystals away, and abandoned any plans to drill more holes in Terraria's crust. Next, Anthony quickly assembled every fishing rod he could craft before the wall of flesh fight. Then, with the whole crew in tow, he simply sailed the river Styx straight down into hell. The moment they entered the underworld, a scorching, blazing wind hit them full in the face. Anthony narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his head to look at Chongyue, who stood behind him. He asked quietly, "Big brother, are you ready?" The golden-eyed Chongyue lowered his gaze slightly, and gave an answer that carried almost no hesitation at all. "Whenever you are." "Then, let's begin." So Anthony smiled, reached out, and snatched a passing voodoo demon right out of the air, then instantly refined it. In the blink of an eye, a guide voodoo doll appeared in his hand. Without much ceremony, he gave it a casual toss, and dropped it into the lava sea. The next moment, a roar. Like the howl of something between a god and a demon, the ancient seal opened its countless eyes. In that single instant, it snapped awake and shrieked at the intruders who had disturbed its sleep. The wall of flesh had awakened. And after awakening, the wall of flesh advanced outward on near instinct, and then it saw the massive river Styx looming before it. And on top of the river Styx, several tiny figures standing. The wall of flesh stared at those tiny figures and felt that something was like that old joke. Why are these players dressed so weirdly? No knight's edge. No begun. Not even a begrenade or a demon scythe looted from a hellbat. It was hard not to feel a little puzzled. The situation in front of it didn't quite follow the established playbook. And in that brief moment while the wall of flesh hesitated, the crew aboard the ship were busy looking right back at it. "It's really big, isn't it?" Chongyue murmured softly as he stared up at the wall of flesh, slowly clenching his fists, already starting to feel a flicker of excitement. "Honestly kind of disgusting." She glanced at the wall of flesh twice, then looked away with open distaste. Nian studied the wall of flesh with a look of quiet contemplation. It seemed the sight had given the director of her new film some inspiration. Wang silently held a few chess pieces in her hand, hovering with indecision. Jonathan glanced over at the several utterly unfamiliar faces around him, then ultimately just summoned the world, ready to activate time stop if things went sideways. And Carmen, watching from above with a soul's eye view, swept the scene below before pulling her gaze back, and sent Anthony a quick message in passing. Don't call me for this sort of thing in the future. I'm bored to death just watching. It's not like I have nothing to do, or do you think the pile of freaks and monsters down on that ship aren't enough to beat that mound of flesh to a pulp? Of the 12 members of the Sway household, minus the ones who had gone off wandering to God's nowhere, at least half of them were concentrated on the river Styx right now. And that was before you counted David and Jonathan, who had come along to lend a hand. Looking at the lineup Anthony had assembled, Carmen felt like she'd just show up to be furniture. After receiving Carmen's message, Anthony rubbed the back of his cheek with a slightly sheepish expression. Then, finally, he let out a quiet sigh. And then, softly, he spoke, "Well then, everyone, whatever the case, the time has come. Let's begin." And so, the moment those words left his mouth, the wall of flesh's movement slowed to near standstill. She raised her ink-dark brush beside him, and swept it through the air. Then, after a few chess pieces symbolically detonated on the wall of flesh's face as a formality, Wang calmly watched as Chongyue charged out without a moment's hesitation. And just like that, she contentedly made no further move. Forget it, no need to fight Big Brother for the kill count, right? If he's having fun, just let him. And so it was that everyone aboard the River Styx reached a silent, mutual understanding and collectively stood down, watching as that enormous wall of flesh slowly came apart. First step, every flying, demon-like tendril was shot down and scattered. Second step, all three eyes, having eaten a direct hit each, screwed themselves shut in pain. Third step, the entire wall of flesh barely managed to advance any further before chunks of flesh began continuously crumbling and dropping from its body. And finally, it collapsed into the endless molten sea. Untold amounts of flesh plunged into the lava, and as the ancient souls of light and dark were released, that massive mountain of meat at last dissolved into nothing. Only at that point did everyone look up to see Chongyue strolling leisurely back toward them. Before Chongyue could say anything like, "What a magnificent victory," everyone had already naturally drifted off the deck and gone to do their own things. The river Styx began rising quickly, gradually pulling free of the underworld's scorching winds. Anthony made his way to the spot where the wall of flesh had died and claimed everything it had dropped. The emblems were all secondary. The breaker blade that dropped, Anthony looked at it for half a second and threw it in the storage hold. In the end, his gaze settled on the demon heart in his hand, as he pondered what the thing was actually good for. Until a certain Himmelbrand radio came wobbling over, its keen eye spotting the demon heart in Anthony's hand immediately. "What's that?" Himmel asked with curiosity, and Anthony gave him a quick answer. "Oh, demon heart, the boss just dropped it." "Why, is something up?" "Nothing much. It's just that this thing, I feel like I might actually need it." Himmel hesitated a little as he spoke. Anthony found it odd enough to turn and look back at him, and then asked. "For the resurrection. I checked the records the chat group provided, and this thing seems like it'd cover most of what I need." The Himmelbrand radio bobbed up and down by way of a nod. Anthony's mind moved, and the life crystals from the bottom of the storage hold flew out, arranging themselves in a neat row in front of Himmel. Anthony asked in turn. Himmel was quiet for a moment. Then, finally, "Apparently seems like it looks like it might already be enough." Just like that, life had gotten very sudden. Like stepping out for a casual stroll, wandering here and there, not even having fully processed the situation, and then being told you'd already won the resurrection match. A truly outstanding display of the world's unpredictability. Still, at least, as far as unexpected blessings went, this beat the alternative of getting ambushed by bandits while eating hot pot and singing karaoke. So Anthony waved his hand. "Well, if it's enough, no time like the present, you might as well head back sooner rather than later." He looked at Himmel, and a smile spread across his face. "Once I've cleaned up on this end, I can start preparing your resurrection." But Himmel, at that moment, seemed to fall into a sudden bout of hesitation, hovering there for quite a long while. "Is something holding you back?" "Not exactly, it's just, this all feels very sudden." A murmuring sound drifted out of the radio, Himmel's voice. Then he said, "For a moment, I really am a bit worried about what's going to happen after the resurrection. Worried about who? Frieren sighed. Anthony immediately pressed him, and Himmel almost instantly pushed back. How could I be? I have complete confidence in myself. How could I possibly be worried about something like that? Okay, maybe just a little. But only a tiny bit. Under Anthony's long, quiet, meaningful stare, Himmel eventually changed his tune, after a lengthy silence. In the end he sighed, all right. Let's say, I'm just a tiny bit nervous. Understandable. Anthony gave a small nod. Only human. Or rather, for Himmel, this particular situation was perfectly reasonable. No matter how confident he was, even to the point of vanity, when the critical moment of something this significant was drawing near, a reaction like this was simply unavoidable. Especially since, based on everything Anthony knew about this guy, the very first thing Himmel would do after resurrection, once he had his lifespan sorted, would absolutely, certainly, undeniably be to track Frieren down and propose to her. When a person's next priority isn't surviving but proposing, Anthony would say it'd be strange if he wasn't nervous. If it were you, Himmel said, turning his head toward Anthony, suddenly asking directly, at a moment like this, would you feel nervous? If you were the one being resurrected right now? Probably, yeah. Anthony thought it over, then answered with a trace of uncertainty. After all, for me too, it would be a pretty big deal. The moment when a goal you've worked toward for who knows how long finally comes within reach, there'd definitely be some nerves right before the finish line. What would you be nervous about? Anthony, is there someone waiting for you too? Himmel asked with genuine curiosity. Anthony glanced at him, and immediately understood what he was doing. Asking someone else questions to ease your own nerves. But for something like that, why not ask Carmen? I'm just an earner. I can't exactly be giving you a pep talk about the hustle right now, can I? There's probably someone waiting for me. Probably. Himmel asked, sounding a little baffled. Anthony spread both hands helplessly. I can't quite remember. If I had to say, there's maybe Jia. And maybe others, but I don't really remember them. My memories from before I died are pretty hazy. Anthony said it casually, and at the same time, couldn't help feeling the onset of a familiar headache. The truth was, throughout Anthony's pursuit of resurrection, his motivation beyond sheer survival instinct had never really been something like someone is waiting for me, or I have to live for their sake. The reason was simple. He couldn't freaking remember. And he could blame the primordial river for that. It wasn't that Anthony wanted to forget. It was that by the time he'd become aware of the situation, the memories were already gone. His recollections more or less stopped at the point when he'd become a bound spirit of the primordial river, plus a scattering of miscellaneous things from before, like the backstories of the group members. As for his own lived experiences, Anthony had no idea. But he strongly suspected that whatever personal history he'd had got washed clean by the primordial river right around when the chat group had hauled him up from its depths. A lot of memories had been shattered as a result. Even his knowledge of the group members' worlds wasn't entirely his own to begin with. Much of it had actually come from information drifting through the waters of the primordial river, most likely absorbed into Anthony's memory subconsciously back when his soul had been soaking in the river. And these days, the river Styx's data center would occasionally sift through the information flowing in the primordial river during downtime, helping Anthony keep an eye on whether anything new was happening across the various worlds. Some of that information even got version updates. Case in point, it was literally the river that had relayed the message telling Anthony that Terraria 1.5 had been released. Which had left Anthony completely stupefied. Why are you telling me this now? Are you just trying to torture me? It's not like I can go back and play it. Though even so, there were some genuinely strange patterns in all of it, like how the information was highly concentrated, and almost entirely from Earth. And there was a notable directionality to it. Anthony frequently had the vague sense that all of it was somehow connected to him personally. So even without real memories, Anthony had a dim intuition that he probably had a so-called home world somewhere. meaning the world where he had actually died. Honestly, it was baffling. By all rights, someone drafted by a chat group should have a home world, should encounter all manner of trouble there, use the chat group to overcome it, and ultimately stand atop the peak of their life. But in Anthony's case, never mind standing atop the peak, just returning to the starting point was already demanding everything he had. As for the home world, did the primordial river count? When things got rough, it was half a backer. When things were fine, the thing felt like it wanted him dead. Home world growth arc. At this point Anthony was still out here grinding in other people's worlds as a jungle camp. As he thought back on all the chat group novels he'd either read or extracted memories from, Anthony couldn't help sinking into a deep, profound sense of grievance. Who stole my power fantasy protagonist life? Why am I still stuck in the resurrection bracket? Still, the home world question, he could look into that later. As the river Styx's level kept climbing, Anthony had started to feel a faint pull. It might be the key to upgrading the river Styx to Tier 4. It might be a clue to his home world. Either way, Anthony would have to go take a look eventually. Anthony cleared the noise from his mind and turned back to Himmel. Back to the point, the real reason Anthony had, throughout all of this, still burned with such a deep and urgent desire to be resurrected, urgent enough to make him nervous, came down to one thing. Because I worry. Anthony looked at Himmel and said it plainly. I'm in a hurry to breathe that first breath of air. In a hurry to eat that first bite of food. In a hurry to touch everything I can actually see. He wanted to find out whether all those things still existed, whether they matched what little remained of his fading memories. Whether they were exactly the same. That urgent longing. That gnawing worry. That was his reason. If I don't come back to life, what am I going to eat? A throwaway joke of a line, but it genuinely was Anthony's most important reason of all. Himmel paused slightly at that. Then he turned to look at Anthony, and after a long moment, gave a slow, solemn nod. All right, we've talked about enough. I'm still inevitably a little nervous, but... Himmel said it almost like a joke, and then fell quiet. Anthony glanced at the small cabin nearby, something shifting in his expression, and spoke in an even, unhurried tone. You know, if you keep putting off your resurrection, and not going to find Friaren, you might be about to get buried under second-hand embarrassment from David and Lucy's married life. In an instant, the radio let out a sharp, high-pitched shriek. Anthony smiled and nodded, then continued. Oh, right, one more thing. Yorichi Tsujikuni is already waiting for the reincarnation of his wife. To be honest, if you keep dragging your feet, what if you're slower than even Yorichi? Anthony coaxed him along carefully. An elf's lifespan isn't out of the question either, right? And another thing, Yorichi at least had a wife once. You haven't yet. Among the guys in the group, you know how Minato and Jonathan are. When you add that all up. Anthony looked meaningfully at the radio. It seems like you're the last one, Himmel. Wait, there's still you, isn't there? Himmel seemed to let out a dry laugh and looked to Anthony for agreement, but got nothing but a disdainful look in return. You sure about that? Anthony asked with a sigh. I wouldn't be so certain. You know my situation, I've lost my memories. How can you possibly be sure that before I lost them, I was still inexperienced in that department? Hard to say, right? Anthony smiled pleasantly at Himmel. In an instant, cold sweat began to bead on Himmel's metaphorical surface. Don't say it. Really, don't say it. This sounds ridiculous, but you genuinely can't rule it out. What if Anthony Bro is actually... Given Anthony's state of total amnesia, this was a genuine Schrödinger's situation. Definitively unverifiable. Which meant the only person who was absolutely, certifiably, still the great wizard. In an instant, Himmel went silent. Then, decisively, he spoke. I'm heading back right now. You call me when you're done on your end. I cannot wait any longer. Watching the radio vanish at the speed of light, Anthony couldn't help but stare after it, utterly speechless. If I'd known it was this easy, why did I bother with all that build-up? As for the question of whether he himself was actually inexperienced, Anthony's honest assessment was, he had no idea either. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? The all-knowing primordial river? In any case, Anthony personally had no strong feelings about it. I'm the man who will become king of the resurrection bracket. Until I win it, women are a distraction. So remaining in Terraria, Anthony began the final cleanup. The post-Wall of Flesh world was, if he was being honest, more than a little unhinged. Fortunately, Anthony had nothing he urgently needed from it anymore. After the crew chatted for a while, they started noticing the surface monsters were getting a bit unsettling, and a fair number of people excused themselves to leave. After all, this had been a team-building trip. They'd been at it all day, and it was about time. Everyone still had their own business to get back to in their respective worlds. Jonathan and Yorichi Tsujikuni left first. David headed back to the River Styx to resume his post at the surveillance room. As for the Sway household's crew, they spent a great deal of effort barely managing to convince Big Brother that it was time to stop fighting and go home. Finally, after each in turn said their goodbyes to Anthony, they returned to the Grand Flame Nation. As for Anthony himself, he was busy with the genuinely final wrap-up work. Like, for instance, upgrading the Angler. After clearing the Wall of Flesh, with Musin and Atom Smasher putting in mandatory overtime at maximum resentment levels, Cortex Labs' efficiency had seen a cheerful uptick, and in Terraria, Anthony had finally gotten his hands on the thing he'd been dreaming of. The Golden Fishing Rod. Arguably the single best fishing rod in the entire game. After acquiring this rod, Anthony had essentially collected every obtainable fishing rod in the whole of Terraria. While he was at it, he'd had Musin and the others put in extra shifts to produce Terraria's fishing accessories too, things like the sextant and the like. He had a vague feeling that, in theory, these should also be upgrade materials that the angler needed. Once all of that was squared away, Anthony returned to his toilet and officially began the angler's upgrade. Without hesitation, he initiated the angler's ability enhancement. The socket opened and in an instant, the wooden fishing rod, the reinforced rod, the golden rod, and every other rod he'd collected merged into the angler within his hands. At the same time, Anthony opened a second upgrade branch and pressed down on the angler's copper throne upgrade without delay. 60,000 points spent. Successfully upgraded to Angler's Iron Throne. Next tier, Angler's Silver Throne. He scanned the requirements, still points, and not an excessive materials demand, but it did require the fishing rod in his hands to have reached a certain level. So without further hesitation, Anthony pressed upgrade again. At the same time, accessories like the sextant also fused into his fishing rod. Anthony had the distinct sensation that his fishing rod had started to change, not just in terms of affinity bond level bonuses, but more importantly, new functions were beginning to unlock. And at the same time, the evolution of the angler's throne was gradually reaching its peak. In that single moment, Anthony watched the copper throne shed its outer shell, slowly shifting to a silver white, and then beginning to glow with a quiet, steady light. And finally, he realized that the fishing rod in his hands had merged completely with the angler's throne, becoming one unified ability. Then, as Anthony was still processing that, the enhancement was already complete. And so, staring at the brand new toilet before him, Anthony couldn't help falling into a quiet reverie. I understand the logic. Why is it gold? He had the distinct, uncanny feeling that if he sat on it, he might never get back up. His eye twitched. Then he turned and looked at the item's effects. Angler's Holy Throne effect, during fishing, all affinity bond levels +5. Additionally, with each cast, there is a 1% chance of obtaining a higher value item. Upon reaching 100 cumulative casts, you may obtain a designated item within the affinity bond level range. Furthermore, the maximum number of angler's subthrones you may possess has increased. On the whole, mostly upgraded versions of existing effects. What filled Anthony with the deepest satisfaction was specifically the subthrones finally increasing in number. He could finally have new toilets. New cattle and horses to stuff inside them. That white piece holder he'd reclaimed a while back, Anthony had been sitting on her this whole time, and used, precisely because the throne had been full, and he hadn't had the heart to retire any of his veteran employees. Now that was finally resolved. Everyone's employment problem was solved at last. For a moment Anthony was suffused with a warm, festive joy. Then he kept scrolling down to read the newly added effects. Due to the fusion of soul abilities, combined with your soul essence and the informational capabilities of certain accessories, the following effects have been newly added. You may now sever a tributary from within the primordial river. The tributary will point toward a specific world and toward a specific concept, thereby defining the content of your fishing. Likewise, you may enter the tributary yourself. When severing a tributary, the destination is determined by your own will. Typically, it will lead toward a world connected to you. Note, only one tributary may exist at a time, and cannot be changed. Staring at this newly added ability, Anthony was momentarily dazed. Speak of the devil. This thing, in theory, could it actually help him locate his home world? With a flicker of uncertainty, Anthony thought that over, and out of habit, settled back down onto the gold toilet to mull it through. But after a brief period of reflection, Anthony finally let out a quiet sigh. Forget it. No need to overthink it. Worst case, I try it out later, and I'll have my answer. Deal with Himmel's resurrection first, then come back and give it a shot, and I'll know everything I need to know. Holding that thought in mind, Anthony posted a message in the group chat. Lord of the Holy White Throne at Warrior of Friaran's Fallen Era, I've wrapped up the loose ends in Terraria. How's your side? Warrior of Friaran's Fallen Era, ready and waiting. Looking at a suddenly very eager Himmel, Anthony couldn't help smiling, and pressed the chat group's teleport function. The next moment, accompanied by the familiar sensation of getting bonked on the back of the head, Anthony saw Himmel's approval of the request flash across the screen. This guy was so desperate he approved it that fast. A little later, deep in the night, a radio crept carefully out from inside Friaran's treasure chest, then floated away in a quiet dash. It flew all the way out of the roadside in where they'd been staying, out into the vast open wilderness beyond. And there it found a young man waiting, skin shimmering with brilliant, star-like colors flowing across it, carrying an air of quiet mystery. Prometheus's avatar, once again beginning to put in overtime. Genuinely showing signs of becoming the next generation's champion of death by overwork. Oh, you made it out. Anthony nodded toward Himmel and said, and Himmel responded with a helpless sigh. Waiting for her to fall asleep was absolutely agonizing. You have no idea. All right, stop playing the martyr. Get ready, since everything's in order, it's time for your resurrection. Anthony said decisively, you don't want to be the only great wizard left in the group, do you? So in silence, finally, Himmel gave a slow nod. And this time, the conditions for the resurrection were simple. Anthony laid out the demon heart and the life crystals in a neat row, and then, cheerfully, harvested some flesh from Musen. Thanks to the perfect resurrection provided by the chat group, as long as Himmel was willing, Musen's physical traits wouldn't carry over and affect him. So as he idly fashioned the body, Anthony asked Himmel, by the way, what's your plan for longevity? Have you figured that out? I have a few options on my side. The ampoule can safely keep you alive for a few hundred years within safe parameters. If you trust your own memory, pushing that out to 800 years or so should probably be manageable too. Of course, if you want to go the Demon Clan route, I don't mind either, I just wouldn't really recommend it. Are there any other good options in the group? Actually, now that you mention it, there is. Anthony paused briefly, then remembered. There's still Joseph's Ripple. The Ripple had life-extending properties too. The only drawback was that it didn't last as long. But did that matter? Not at all, because there were still ampoules. The ampoule didn't just add a few extra years in some trivial sense, it outright restored you to your peak condition. Meaning, in ideal circumstances, each ampoule essentially added an entire lifetime's worth of time to your ceiling. As long as your mind could hold up, stack a few vials and stack a few lifetimes. Use the ripple and ampoules together, and wouldn't that be competing with Frieren for the title of most durable being alive? These thoughts were still flickering through his mind when the new body was finished. Anthony stood up, then gently pressed the resurrection button. And in the next instant, Himmel's soul was yanked out of the radio in one swift pull. On the ground, the body that had been nearly blank a moment before suddenly changed. Then, the silhouette of a blue-haired young man gradually took form. After a long, drawn-out stretch of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat bolt upright immediately, breathing in huge, ragged gulps. His gaze was a little unfocused as it swept around him. He slowly stood up, and then fell into silence. Still not quite adjusted? Anthony asked. Himmel was quiet at first, then finally, with a sigh, he nodded. Coming back to life out of nowhere was, in fact, a lot to process. Then Anthony asked again, still nervous. Yeah, knowing what I'm about to go do next, it's hard not to be. Himmel said, a touch awkwardly, and then couldn't help but lower his gaze. Until Anthony suddenly asked, since you're nervous, how about we get your feet under you first? Take care of one small thing first, then go confess. What do you think? That way you'll have had time to settle in, and find your rhythm. What small thing? Himmel looked back in confusion. And Anthony smiled, a slow, mysterious smile. The 7 sages of ruin, didn't one of them survive? Coincidentally, my new toilet also just got finished. Don't you think that's a remarkably convenient coincidence? Late at night. A short while later, Aura felt vaguely that something was in front of her, and opened her eyes from sleep. Hey, you think slitting that neck would feel really smooth, right? Why are you asking me that? Oh, just curious. Don't you think she still has a lot of remaining value? In an instant, staring at the figure that had leaned close before her, eyes that seemed to have constellations flowing through them, Aura felt her mind go completely blank. Then she turned her head, and when she saw the familiar blue-haired young man smiling at her, she fell entirely silent. Then everything went dark. On instinct she moved to do something, but Anthony considerately covered her mouth. Don't make a sound, Anthony said. We're not bad people. Himmel beside him nodded vigorously, nearly nodding hard enough to leave an afterimage. That's right, we're not bad people. But there is one bad person here. Care to guess who? In an instant, the two of them smiled pleasantly down at Aura, whose eyes were filling, moment by moment, with a dim and creeping despair. Wentmore. Walnut-chan new history, Jujutsu x Miyaruko, oh no, am I a villain too? Let's reach these milestones together. 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 94. Himmel, Frieren, let's get married. 8K, 5,205 words. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Catastrophically, fundamentally wrong. Looking at the two figures before her, even for a demon, a being with no concept of human sentiment, Aura couldn't help but feel a flicker of bewildered, creeping dread. What in the world was going on? Why, upon waking, was Himmel standing right in front of her? Wasn't this the kind of scene that only appeared in cautionary tales told to frighten demon children? And besides, wasn't Himmel already dead? Was she still dreaming? Was that it? As for the smiling man standing beside Himmel, to be perfectly honest, Aura had absolutely no idea who he was. But that didn't change the fact that he was standing right there next to Himmel. She looked around in a daze, then instinctively raised her hand, and pressed it against her own skin. This was not a dream. And that, precisely, was the problem. Which meant Himmel had genuinely come knocking. And could someone please explain to her, more than half a century had passed, so why hadn't Himmel aged a single day? If anything, he looked just as young as before. What kind of species was this man, anyway? Surely not human. The image was still vivid in her mind, more than 50 years ago, the strike that had left her nearly crippled in a single blow. And now, seeing Himmel again, Aura could only stare, struck dumb, utterly unable to produce a single word. Well, well. Long time no see, Aura. Himmel offered the greeting casually, and in the same breath drew the sword from his hip, without a moment's pause. As though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Just like that, drawing his sword in the most ordinary way, preparing to rest it against your throat in the most ordinary way, fully intending to take your head off in the most ordinary way. For demons, there had never been any mercy. Not a shred. In that instant, Aura's mind was racing, desperately churning over a single question. How do I survive this? Before that blade could fall against her neck, Aura's thoughts were spinning at full speed, and in less than half a second, she had arrived at a conclusion. If she fought head-on, she would die. Certainly. The only possible way to survive was to take a hostage. And so, almost on pure instinct, Aura snapped her gaze upward, her eyes landing on Anthony, Prometheus, like a bolt of electricity, and with a slight gritting of her teeth, she brought out her scales. Seize the hostage. Then find a way out. To die here, how could she possibly accept that? And so, beneath the equally baffled stares of Anthony, Prometheus, and Himmel, Aura acted without a moment's hesitation and unleashed her magic. And then, as if on cue, the magic went catastrophically, spectacularly wrong. The scales barely moved at all. Aura stared at them in complete bewilderment. Himmel let out a yawn and simply sheathed his sword. Only Anthony, Prometheus, raised an eyebrow, gaze settling on the scales in Aura's hand, expression thoughtful. Then he let out a quiet sigh. Honestly speaking, over all this time, I've caused quite a few people to be crushed or completely blindsided by the primordial river. But someone who charges headfirst into the barrel on their own. That's a first, even for me. He looked at Aura and said with complete sincerity, "You're on your own. Good luck." And in the next moment, as if surfacing from a hazy, half-lucid dream, Aura seemed to glimpse something, a terrifying, essential truth manifesting behind the young man before her. First came a shadow like the king of the underworld himself, proclaiming the incomparable might of that soul, and then, behind even that, an even more vast and magnificent silhouette began to emerge. And then, in that single, breathless instant, it descended. Aura's pupils contracted sharply. She seemed to see, behind Anthony, Prometheus, the vivid, swirling torrents of a river, and the savage, roaring momentum it carried. Beneath that overwhelming force, in less than a single second, the entire scale tilted with an almost absurd, crushing decisiveness toward one side, and no matter how much force she poured in, there was not even the faintest possibility of pulling it back. Anthony, Prometheus, watched the scene quietly, and after a few moments, he gave a slow, gentle shake of his head. Someone trying to dominate his soul with that kind of magic. This was genuinely the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Leaving aside his own soul strength of over 20 points, and the fact that the king of the underworld stood guard over him, just the primordial river alone was a backer that no outsider could ever hope to touch. This was, in fact, one of the rare ways Anthony, Prometheus, had genuinely benefited from the primordial river. You want to tamper with the essence of my soul. Did you even bother to ask whether the primordial river would agree? I am the primordial river's bound spirit. The moment Aura had attempted to cast her dominance magic on Anthony, Prometheus, the primordial river had already turned its gaze here. And descended upon this place with boundless, furious wrath. He had seen plenty of people courting their own destruction, but someone going out of their way to invent new and creative methods of courting their own destruction. Truly a first. And so, Anthony, Prometheus, gently raised his hand, then rested the tip of one finger on Aura's scales. In an instant, a sound like shattering hemp fibers rang out, and the scales, as if finally unable to bear another ounce, erupted in countless fine, dense cracks across their surface. Then they plunged to one side, sinking as though into the abyss, with no possibility whatsoever of ever tipping back. And in that same moment, Aura finally caught a glimpse of some essential truth behind the smiling moon. The origin furnace materialized behind Anthony, Prometheus, and then it roared, soul flame blazing and churning within it, spewing tongues of fire toward Aura. And so, smiling still, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke softly, "After you, then." No further hesitation. The scales shattered completely. Sometimes, that was simply how things went. You blink once, close your eyes, open them again, and it's done. Before anyone else had even processed what had happened, Aura had gotten exactly what she'd been asking for. Her dominance magic was forcibly torn apart by the primordial river, and her very soul fell into Anthony, Prometheus' hands. It even gave Anthony, Prometheus, a good laugh. "You jumped in here all on your own, you know. I didn't force you." Since she'd gone ahead and jumped in herself, wasn't it time for a little something the audience had been eagerly anticipating? And so, beneath Anthony, Prometheus' gleeful gaze, Aura leapt into the burning soul flame of the origin furnace, entered the smelting process once more, and her soul slowly crystallized into a gemstone. Just like that, Himmel had knocked on the door. Anthony, Prometheus, had cleaned up, the two of them working in seamless coordination, lacking only a burlap sack and a kosh to make it a proper ambush. Once the job was done, Anthony, Prometheus, and Himmel immediately opened a teleport and departed, using the skiff's phase transit engine to vanish thousands of leagues away. And finally, they returned to Friaran's vicinity. Having put Aura through her paces, Anthony, Prometheus, found himself feeling, for the first time, a genuine appreciation for the concept of karma. Because Himmel promptly dragged him into another kind of torment entirely. "You really think this can work?" Himmel sat on the grass, gazing up at the stars and the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, and after a moment, asked with undisguised anxiety. Anthony, Prometheus, responded with the expression of a man enduring mild, sustained electrical shock. "Which part are you asking about? Are you asking about your plan to kneel at Friaran's door tomorrow morning and surprise her with a proposal? Or the one where you secretly leave her a letter every day announcing you've come back? Honestly, every single idea you've come up with is a steaming heap of nonsense. You'd be better off hanging yourself from Friaran's rafters, at least then she'd be properly startled when she woke up and found your good luck charm the next morning." Anthony, Prometheus, finished speaking and let out a long sigh. "And how many completely incoherent proposals is that now? I've honestly lost count." Faced with Anthony, Prometheus' words, Himmel gave an awkward little smile, but offered no rebuttal. Which only made Anthony, Prometheus, feel even more speechless. For a solid hour, he had sat on this patch of grass listening to Himmel describe, in painstaking detail, every possible scheme for reuniting with Friaran, enduring the man's singular, earth-shattering wisdom for one complete, uninterrupted hour. Only heaven knew how he had survived it. In the end, Anthony, Prometheus, could only heave a sigh full of bone-deep exhaustion. "Honestly, Himmel, the best thing you can do is stop overcomplicating it." He spoke at last, worn through, his tone threaded with helpless resignation. "Think about it yourself, what have we covered in this past hour? First you pulled the chat group for opinions, then you pulled me aside and talked my ear off for half an eternity. At one point you nearly drafted a formal written petition. Don't you think that's a bit much?" And so, to Himmel, Anthony, Prometheus, posed a question that seemed to come from the very bottom of his soul. For a moment, Himmel fell silent, as though he genuinely didn't know what to say. He gazed at the boundless curtain of stars above him, and only after a long silence did he let out a sigh. "I'm still nervous. The closer that moment gets, the more nervous I feel." No matter how many times he had steeled himself in the privacy of his own heart. No matter how many times he had talked himself up and rallied his courage. When the moment actually arrived, how could he possibly not be nervous? Those words, the ones he had carried in his heart for nearly 100 years, were finally about to be spoken aloud. And yet, in the instant before he said them, the torment roiling inside him, how could he simply brush past it as though it were nothing? And so, again and again, he had dragged Anthony, Prometheus, into it, devising one plan after another. Hoping only that through this process, he might find the most perfect possible path to finally tell Friaran what was in his heart. Because he truly didn't know what else to do. How would Friaran feel about his resurrection? What would happen when he finally said those words? Would everything really go the way he hoped? Until Anthony, Prometheus, looked at him and spoke again, with renewed emphasis. I've told you already, there's only one thing that matters. Don't do anything unnecessary. Everything else will take care of itself. Don't do anything unnecessary. Himmel tilted his head slightly, looking toward that silhouette rendered all the more mysterious by the shifting starlight beneath the night sky. Honestly, most of the time, things don't need to be that complicated. Anthony, Prometheus, said this as he opened the chat group, giving a small nod of his chin toward it. Look, David, Minato, even Jonathan. Did any of them need to make it that complicated? That's what romance is. Nothing more. Sometimes it really is just a matter of one thin layer of paper separating you, you punch through it and it's done. Just like that. You find the right moment, you find the right place, and in the middle of something that feels like any other ordinary day, that layer of paper gets torn through. Wonderfully. But when you get down to it, isn't that what romance is? Anthony, Prometheus, spread his hands wide. You don't need all the twists and detours. Sometimes the direct approach is just fine. Reunite with her, let the joy of that sink in for a little while, find the right moment, and everything else will unfold on its own. Himmel was quiet for a moment. Then, at last, he gazed off into the distance, and after a long pause, leaned back. Speaking of which, you've really never been in a relationship yourself. Who knows? That one I genuinely can't say. Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged and answered, but even if you've never seen a pig run, surely you've eaten pork. That's basically how every romance manga plays it. Besides, shouldn't you have a little faith in the years of camaraderie between you and Frieren? Himmel's eye twitched at that. But after a long pause, he ultimately let out a soft sigh and pushed himself up off the ground. All right. He said, I'll give it a try tomorrow, in the daytime. Since you put it that way, I'll go in assuming it'll work out. And so, with Anthony, Prometheus, smiling after him, Himmel walked forward. When morning came, Fern crawled out of bed, and was immediately greeted by the sight of Frieren burrowing headfirst into her treasure chest again. And from the look of things, she had absolutely no intention of climbing back out. Fern, who knew her teacher's particular ways all too well, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, and it was barely even morning yet. Lady Frieren, what on earth are you doing? She hurried over and hauled Frieren back out of the chest, asking with exasperated resignation, and Frieren tilted her head slightly. Something's missing. Frieren said softly, and Fern blinked. Something's missing. What's something? That radio. I could have sworn I saw it in the chest just the other day, but when I looked again today, it was simply gone. Frieren said this and lowered her eyes slightly, the look in them carrying a faint note of confusion. Why would it disappear? You mean that thing that looks like a little toy, that plays Lord Himmel's voice? Yes, that one. I was going to take it out, and have a look at it. But where did it end up? Frieren murmured, puzzled, and then suddenly raised her head. Why did I suddenly think of that? Fern crouched down slightly, looking at Frieren as she asked. Frieren was quiet for a moment, pulled her head down a little further into her scarf, and lowered her gaze toward the chest. I don't know why. I just suddenly thought of him. At last, having said that, Frieren closed the lid of the chest again. You're not going to keep looking. Fern watched this and couldn't help asking. Someone's coming. But Frieren didn't give a direct answer. Instead she simply stood up and trotted over to the doorway, like a little girl. Fern watched her go, and let out a quiet sigh. Frieren was always like this, not especially sensitive to most things around her. Not surprising for an elf, one supposed. But in the next moment, when Frieren opened the door, even Fern couldn't help but stare with wide, disbelieving eyes. She felt, with deep conviction, that dreams must exist in this world, even with everything in front of her looking so very, terribly real. Frieren looked up at the tall figure standing in the doorway, at that familiar smile beneath the blue-fringed bangs, and for a moment she went utterly still, then, softly, she spoke, Himmel. Ah, long time no see, Frieren. Himmel's face broke into what he personally considered a dazzling smile. Behind Frieren, Fern's eyes had gone wide as saucers, staring at the scene before her in near disbelief. And Frieren reached out instinctively, still seeming a little dazed, and pressed her hand gently against Himmel's cheek. There was warmth still in it. This isn't an illusion. Frieren murmured as she touched Himmel's cheek, her expression thoughtful. So this is a situation I haven't encountered before. Come on, Frieren, that's quite enough. Himmel's eye twitched slightly, and he addressed her with a touch of strained patience. And Frieren frowned at him, thoroughly puzzled. Or, has there been some new breakthrough in the human world recently? Have things really gotten that far? No, there hasn't, Frieren. Himmel said this with helpless resignation, but then, suddenly, he laughed. So it really was just like that fellow Anthony, Prometheus, had said. Sometimes it seemed you really didn't need to do anything unnecessary at all. You just had to let everything unfold on its own, and then, in the calm of an ordinary moment, deliver that one line. And so Himmel gently closed his hand around Frieren's, which had still been studying his face, and spoke quietly. For a moment, gazing at that figure before her, Frieren's expression finally showed the faintest trace of something unsteady. Is it really you? She asked, just like that. The genuine article, no substitutions. Himmel answered without hesitation, and then felt a weight settle against his chest. Frieren had buried herself in his arms, her ear pressed against his heart. A heartbeat, steady and strong. A heartbeat familiar and deeply calming. And so Frieren slowly straightened up and looked at Himmel's face. Over 500 years, her emotions had never been the kind to surge into great crashing waves. She had no blazing, volcanic passion to offer Himmel in this moment. But in the end, she still couldn't help it. A faint, quiet ache spread gradually through her heart, the kind that by rights should barely have registered at all. She leaned close to Himmel, and only after a long while finally spoke. It's been a long time. After a brief embrace that ended almost as quickly as it began, Frieren opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say, and only after a long silence finally blurted out. I had thought, apart from something like an illusion, that perhaps our last meeting truly was the last. And that's exactly why I came back, isn't it? Leaving the impression of a bent, withered old man as the last thing you saw of me, that's hardly my style. Himmel smiled as he answered her. This time I won't be leaving again, at least, not for a very, very long time. Himmel took a long, deep breath, and at last spoke to Frieren. So would you let me see the scenery you've been seeing? Frieren was quiet first, looking at Himmel with an expression of faint, dawning surprise, and then, after a long moment, gave a small nod. All right. Just like old friends, long parted, meeting again at last. And yet, in this moment, Frieren was gripped by an inexplicable fear that the figure before her was nothing but an illusion, one that would dissolve any second now, just as illusions do. She racked her mind for topics, anything to say to Himmel in this moment, but the words kept rising to her lips, and then dissolving before she could find the right shape for them. An elf who had lived 500 years, and yet, in the depths of her heart, emotion had never flowed as freely as it did in those short-lived humans. Human feeling could erupt like a volcano. But for Frieren, she had long grown accustomed to the slow pace of her own emotions, feelings that moved like a quiet, shallow stream, trickling on without drama. How did you come back? In the end, it was the only question the elf could find to ask. Let's say I had the help of a friend. Himmel gave an awkward little laugh, then spun around and began waving frantically at the figure behind him, while simultaneously making a series of desperate, exaggerated faces. Come on, man, get over here. I can feel the conversation running out. Come save me. And so, as one might have fully expected, as was, in fact, completely inevitable, Anthony, Prometheus, was left absolutely speechless. Are you seriously going to manage this or not? Watching you two try to have a romance is like being stuck on the world's most painful cliffhanger. The entire chat has been hammering, hurry up in the bullet comments, and here you've got one person who can't figure out how to say what she feels, and one nervous first-timer who's too scared to say anything at all, and you've both just ground to a halt. And now you're out of things to talk about, and you need me to come bail you out. Am I your designated third wheel? Is that what I am? But in the end, Anthony, Prometheus, swallowed his resignation and stepped forward a few paces, coming to stand beside Frieren and Himmel, and offered a greeting. You can call me Prome, I'm someone from the realm of the departed or somewhere like it. Anthony, Prometheus, said calmly, I know Himmel. It took quite a bit of effort, but I managed to bring this one back. Thank you. Frieren nodded and couldn't quite find a better response than that, while Anthony, Prometheus, immediately took a step back. He met Himmel's eyes. Himmel's eyes were saying, help me out a bit more. Be a good person all the way, mate. Anthony, Prometheus' eyes replied, absolutely not. We're already at this point, and you still can't read the room. This is a date, man, a date. Even if you just took a walk around the block, I'd count that as trying. Calling in backup at a time like this, what kind of move is that? You're about to personally drag the whole group's reputation into the dirt. If this still doesn't work out, don't go around telling people you're from our chat group. Finally, under Anthony, Prometheus' withering death stare, Himmel steeled himself and stepped forward, and Anthony, Prometheus, quietly retreated to where Fern was standing. He came to stand alongside Fern, who had still not entirely come back to herself. And Himmel, at last summoning his courage, turned to Frieren and asked. So then, Frieren, would you like to go for a walk together? Frieren looked down, studying the ground for a long moment, then gave a small, quiet nod. Himmel's expression visibly transformed in an instant. In what was practically the blink of an eye, his face lit up from ear to ear, and he took Frieren's hand and strode right out the door. Only Fern was still standing there in a daze, glancing blankly around her for quite a while before her gaze finally settled on Anthony, Prometheus. Hello, you're Mr. Prome, is that right? At last Fern couldn't help asking, what exactly just happened? Ah, you mean right now? For a moment Anthony, Prometheus' face took on a deeply moved, vaguely bittersweet expression. He reached over and patted Fern on the shoulder, making a sound somewhere between a sigh and an exclamation. Honestly, at this point, Anthony, Prometheus, figured there probably wouldn't be any more curveballs. And so in the end, he turned to Fern and said, brace yourself, kid. In a little while, you'll probably have a grand teacher. And if you wait a bit longer, you might find yourself helping your grand teacher, and your teacher look after a little one. Looking at Fern, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke with an expression of something almost like commiseration. After all, those two, when it comes to this sort of thing, are basically hopeless. You can't count on either of them. Bombarded with this avalanche of information, Fern's mind went blank, and finally she looked at Anthony, Prometheus, unable to stop herself from asking one last question. Then what are you to us? Anthony, Prometheus, was briefly silent, and then, toggling between wistfulness and gritted teeth resignation, he spoke, call it whatever you like. You could say I'm something like a grand teacher's uncle. Or if that really doesn't fit, just think of me as your future grand teacher's godfather. He won't have any objections. Listening to Anthony, Prometheus' words, a large, involuntary question mark materialized on Fern's forehead. Time has a way of feeling both impossibly brief and impossibly long all at once. Walking through the flower fields that had somehow bloomed just beyond the edge of town, at some point, when no one quite knew, both Himmel and Frieren felt exactly that. Flowers in the dead of winter, you ask? Where did those come from? You'd have to ask Anthony, Prometheus, and his king of the underworld about that. No flower field magic involved whatsoever, they said. All one could say was what had been said before. If the king of the underworld ever found out he was being summoned for purposes like this, there was a fair chance he'd simply rot away on the assembly line in protest. But Frieren and Himmel, walking through the flowers just then, naturally gave none of that any thought whatsoever. They wandered through the blooms, crouching down, studying each flower they came across. There was none of the passionate, sweeping emotion one might have imagined for such a reunion. It felt, simply, like nothing more than stepping out the door for a stroll. And then, on the way home, catching sight of a dear friend returning from far away, and smiling, and saying, oh, you're back too. And yet, somewhere beneath it all, a quiet ache was slowly spreading. For Frieren that was already enough, and for Himmel, who had always been fully human, and felt things with all the depth that implied, it ran deeper still. Finally, the two of them lay down together in the flower field, watching the clouds drift in from the horizon, side by side in silence. Until, after a long while, Frieren spoke softly, just now I was thinking, what if, in that moment, you had suddenly vanished? As though none of this had ever existed. And then what? Himmel nodded, curious. Frieren didn't answer. She just pulled her neck a little deeper into her scarf. The weather was still quite cold. After all this time apart, and the first thing you say to me of your own accord is that. Himmel said this, something faintly exasperated in his voice. Frieren lowered her eyes slightly and offered no reply. Only after a long while did Frieren speak again, softly. Himmel, during our travels, sometimes I would suddenly miss you quite a lot. I thought about you every single moment. Himmel laughed and fired back a playful line just like that, which moved Anthony, Prometheus, watching from somewhere up on the hillside, to the verge of genuine, involuntary tears. And left Fern, sitting nearby, rather bewildered. Promi, right now, are you? Just the feeling of watching a son finally grow up. Anthony, Prometheus, let out a sigh, then opened the chat group and, without hesitation, started a live stream. For something this moving, how could the group be left out? Lord of the Immaculate Throne has started a live stream, Konoha's Yellow Flash has joined the stream, the strictest father of the Demon King has joined the stream, founder of the Golden Spirit has joined the stream. AAA City Ghost has joined the stream, AAA City Ghost, wait, what's going on? What happened? Lord of the Immaculate Throne, the one confirmed bachelor in this group finally has a shot at not being single anymore. Surely that's worth celebrating. Konoha's Yellow Flash, honestly. Yeah, it really is. Founder of the Golden Spirit, how far along are they? Lord of the Immaculate Throne, looks like they're getting close to a confession. Hold on, don't rush, let's see how this plays out. Having typed all that, Anthony, Prometheus, finally looked back at the scene before him with full, anticipatory attention. And in the live stream shared with the chat group members, the audience erupted into a flurry of chatter, energy rapidly building. After all, when Himmel had spent the entire previous night dragging everyone through his agonizing, endless parade of confession proposals, the whole group had been put through the ringer along with him. Now that they were finally close to a result, it meant the group's collective suffering was nearly at an end. While watching the scene unfolding below, Anthony, Prometheus, glanced back at Fern. Come to think of it, Frieren never told you much about herself and Himmel, did she? Not a great deal, no. Fern shook her head. And Anthony, Prometheus' face curved into a small smile as he said softly, that's all right. There'll be plenty more to hear soon. Without quite realizing it, a trace of quiet expectation had settled into his eyes as well. At last, down in the sea of flowers below, the long stretch of time the two had spent gazing up at the sky together reached its end. Brief moments always pass so quickly. Himmel rose to his feet. Frieren looked at him, seeming about to say something herself, but then heard him call her name. Frieren, there's something I want to say to you. What is it? Frieren instinctively startled slightly, then looked at Himmel and asked. But Himmel seemed to fall into a brief hesitation. He tilted his face up toward the sky and didn't turn back, yet he spoke to Frieren. Frieren, how do you see me, exactly? As a companion. How do I see you? Frieren tilted her head slightly, stood up, and looked toward Himmel in some confusion, already preparing to give the obvious answer, but then found her gaze dropping away. That didn't seem quite right. Companion was the natural word, of course, but it didn't feel quite so simple as that. At some point, this bond must have already moved beyond companion. Maybe during some moment on their travels together. Maybe in some sudden, dawning instant after the journey ended. But it had always been Himmel who held himself back on his own, and it had never been put into words. And now, here and now, Himmel seemed to be saying, the long wait is over. And so Himmel said, let us begin again. Today was a good day. The wind was gentle, and the sky was quiet. In the sea of flowers, Himmel turned and looked back, dropped to one knee, and took Freiren's hand. He said, will you marry me? P. Walnut-chan. New history, Jujutsu X Miyaruko. Oh no, am I a villain too? Help us hit our targets. 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.